Is it working? Okay. Hello, everybody. Good morning to everybody. We have a very tight agenda, so it's better that we start. Thank you. It's very exciting for us to see so many people interested in this topic. My name is Miguel de Porras. I'm the co-director of FIBEL Europe, and today we are here to present the scientific evidence. Don't you hear me? Okay. Now? Better? Hello? Do you hear me better now? Okay. Please.
She's saying put it closer to your mouth.
Okay.
No?
I will try.
No, further. Okay.
Now, do you hear me better? Okay. Okay, so sorry for this. My name is Miguel de Porras. I'm the co-director of FIBEL Europe, and today we are here to present the scientific evidence on the contribution of organic agriculture to the SDGs. It's for us a very exciting moment to support our researchers of bring the evidence to here to the heart of Europe, and we are very thankful to the European Commission. Sorry, again we are having some technical problems. I want to thank you to the European Commission to hosting this event today. Also, FIO Brussels office. Also, Miss Maria Heubuch, MEP, is here with us today, and all the people that has made this workshop possible. I will just give the floor to my colleague, Nicola Love. I think most of the people in the room have got 1 or 2 mails from her. So, and we will start with the session. We have many interesting data to share. We have many interesting discussion to be held today here. So I really would like just to thank you all, and I hope that we have an excellent workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. I would just like to start with the opening speech from Willem Olthoff, the Deputy Head of Unit for Rural Development, Food Security and Nutrition at the DG for International Cooperation and Development.
Thanks, Nicola, and good morning to all. My thanks as well to FIBEL. While we are very happy to host this event, it's FIBEL that really has organized it and has brought us together around a very highly interesting, relevant and timely topic. Of course, talking about the SDGs, about organic agriculture and the SDGs, brings us to the Agenda 2030, and the Agenda 2030 is at the heart of EU development policy. But this meeting is also about evidence, scientific evidence, and if there's one thing that we also try to pursue, it is basing not only our policies but also our partner policies on evidence. So evidence-based policy making is one of our traits. When we're talking about food and agriculture, and when we're looking ahead to the future, there are quite a number of challenges. And usually out of the literature, 4 main challenges come. And I would like to briefly mention them. First of all, what we globally need to do is to increase the quantity of food by about 50%, and that's comparing the situation in 2050 to 2013. And I'm quoting here FAO figures. Food that needs to be available but also needs to be affordable. Second, we have to address the quality of food. We don't, let's say, globally produce the diets that are needed. And the outcome of that is that we see increasing forms of malnutrition in the world. Not only an increase in the number of undernourished people, still high levels of stunted children, but also increasing obesity, overweight. These days, about 1/8 of the global adult population is obese. Third, agriculture and food systems more generally need to be part of inclusive economic development. There's a need to create jobs and income, so decent jobs, decent income. And that's particularly the case in Africa, where between now and 2030 we see increasing numbers of young people entering the labor market. Around 2020, 26 million per year. Around 2030, 33 million per year. And most of them still live in rural areas, so agriculture has to be part of the solution of that problem as well. While at the same time we see that agriculture, also in Africa, is increasingly becoming an activity for old-aged people. Fourth, and that is last and not least out of the four challenges, is reducing the negative environmental impact of agriculture. Agriculture contributing to global greenhouse gas emissions, but also the cause of deforestation, of soil degradation and water pollution. So there are four main challenges, and many of them have many sub-challenges as well. And it's our collective challenge to find solutions for that. But it's not easy to find win-win solutions. In this case, win-win-win-win solutions. There are always trade-offs between the various directions. And that means as well that ecological agriculture, the topic of today, organic agriculture, is a hugely interesting way ahead. But also faces the same challenge, how to address the four main directions of the main challenges of the future. I'm looking very much forward to our discussions later on and our presentations on the scientific evidence. But before doing that, I would like to explain a few parts about EU development cooperation in agriculture and food security until now, and why this is such an important moment in time. First, agriculture, food security, nutrition is one of the main areas of EU development cooperation. We have recently made an overview of our entire portfolio that we had between 2014 and 2020, and we counted a portfolio of 8.8 billion euros, 1,643 contracts. We are cooperating with over 60 countries in which agriculture, food security, nutrition is a focal sector. In doing that, we have focused on four main areas. One is enhancing the resilience of the most vulnerable farmers and rural communities. Second is increasing responsible investments in agriculture and food systems. Third is stimulating sustainable innovations in agriculture. And fourth is fostering specific nutrition outcomes with a focus on stunting reduction. And in all the four areas, strengthening agriculture and food security governance questions and fostering gender equality are cross-cutting elements. In doing this work, we have guidance from a number of policy documents, the main one being the EU Consensus on Development. And many of you know the document, and it's a very thick document. It does provide guidance on many sectors, but I would still like to make a quote out of it, which is particularly important for agriculture. And it says the following: sustainable agriculture and food systems, including sustainable fisheries, will have to address the needs of a growing global population while protecting the environment. The EU and its member states will support agroecological practices and actions to reduce post-harvest losses and food waste, as well as to protect soil, conserve water resources, halt, prevent and reverse deforestation, and maintain biodiversity and health of ecosystems. The greenhouse gas mitigation potential of sustainable agriculture and soils must be harnessed, while resilience to climate change impacts should be enhanced. This is one of the sentences that guides our actions in our development cooperation. Another important policy document that I would like to mention is the communication that the Commission has produced in 2010, a communication about, call it the EU Framework on Food Security. Our member states have, in October last year, requested us to provide an update of this policy framework, which means that probably by next year we will be producing a new policy initiative on agriculture, food security in development cooperation. And that's also why this meeting today is of importance to us. While I provided the overall framework, I would also like to mention a number of recent initiatives that have more bearing on sustainable agriculture and agroecological approaches. The two initiatives that I would like to mention are first, DESIRA, which is an abbreviation for Development Smart Innovation through Research in Agriculture, which is a global initiative steered by the European Commission in combination with other European member states and foundations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And it is an effort in linking more effectively research and innovation with development initiatives. The intention is to boost innovation in food systems and to make our partner countries more resilient to the effects of climate change. The Commission has set aside around 270 million euros for this initiative, which is just starting up. And first activities have been identified, first projects will be starting. And that includes activities around sustainable intensification and sustainable management of resources along agroecological and climate smart practices. These take place in a number of countries. They're covering issues like agroforestry, forest agriculture, home gardens, and mixtures of various plantation crops. A second initiative I would like to mention, which is also recent, is the Knowledge Center for Global Food and Nutrition Security, which was set up in November last year by the Knowledge Center covers a number of initiatives, and one of the initiatives is a Knowledge Center on agroecology, and that provides support to the knowledge about agroecology, but also about the pathways of transition to more agroecological forms of farming at different scales in the world. Finally, let me say a few words about the SDGs again. The SDGs, let's say ecological agriculture, as the organizers will say, has a positive bearing on many of the SDGs. But probably the one that is most relevant is SDG 2.4. 2.4 is all about productive and sustainable agriculture. In full, the SDG reads that by 2030, ensure sustainable food production systems and implement resilient agricultural practices that increase productivity and production, that help maintain ecosystems, that strengthen capacity for adaptation to climate change, extreme weather, drought, flooding, and other disasters, and that progressively improve land and soil quality. SDG 2.4 is one of the most difficult ones to measure. It is one in which the expert group of the UN has thought about for quite a long time, and in November 2018, at least an agreement has been reached on the ways of measuring it, with 11 sub-indicators that will come together to measure this particular SDG. Indicators that cover the 3 dimensions of sustainability: the economic, the social, and the environmental. And indicators that cover issues like land productivity, profitability, resilience, soil health, water use, fertilizer risk, pesticide risk, biodiversity, decent employment, food security, and land tenure. Obviously, there is a challenge in measuring all this and bringing all the information together, particularly in our partner countries. The European Commission is currently looking at a project in order to assist our partner countries in strengthening the collection systems along with other donors, and we hope to get that on stream in the course of this year. Thanks for your attention. Thanks again for FIBEL for organizing this day. I look forward to our discussions and presentations, and see you later at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Althoff, for that, and we're very grateful for the support of DG DevCo in organising this event. I would like to ask Urs Nigli to come and give his keynote speech. Urs is the Director of FIBEL Switzerland, as well as President of our FIBEL Europe office here in Brussels.
Thanks, Nicola. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to give some introductory information about the topic. Okay. Thanks. So the topics I'm going to speak about are organic agriculture as part of the agroecology strategy, then shortfalls of research activities on organic agriculture, agroecology, ways forward, and then a few conclusions. So in a way, organic agriculture is part of the entire agroecology strategy. We have seen many buzzwords coming up in the last years. So it's about sustainable intensification, which was brought by FAO. It's about ecological intensification, a term which was proposed by Pablo Titonel with a lovely definition. I'm not going to read it, but I think this definition of Titonel comes very close to the agroecology idea. And then agroecology, and I tried to visualize it a little bit in terms of maybe footprint. So the bigger the circle is, the bigger the ecological footprint is. And I also tried to position somewhere organic agriculture, because our organic agriculture is not agroecology. It can be agroecology. Maybe organic farming partly belongs to ecological intensification of Pablo Titonel, and maybe it also belongs to the wider circle of sustainable intensification, because we see many farms where we have a very intensive certified ecological or organic production, which certainly doesn't belong to agroecology approach. And so the relevance of organic farming, just to leave some words here, organic farming has grown all the time, and it's in recent year it has grown a lot. This is the data from FIBEL statistic from our global book of organic markets, organic areas, organic crops, and so on. And you can see that globally it's only 1.4%, but we have some countries where it's going up to 20%, even more. Austria, they want to achieve 30%. So in many countries, we see that organic is somewhere between 10 and 20%. So already quite relevant, not only as a niche, but also on its impact on the environment. And globally, it's only 1.4%. So it's a niche. You might call it irrelevant. Nonetheless, 84% of the producers, and these are about 1.2 million farmers, are in Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and we see an increasing, a growing trade between the countries of the south, the low-income countries, and the high-income countries. Whether this is good or not remains to be answered. On the one hand, it offers job opportunities and farm income. On the other hand, it's an export-driven organic production in low-income countries. Some words about the shortfalls of research activities. I think for all of us, which might be the most problematic point is the yield gap between conventional and organic farming. I don't go into the details with that. This is just a graphical design, a plotting of all data done by Pablo Titonel, and you can see that that organic is about 81% of conventional yields globally, the average. And you see that there are many organic farms which are more productive than conventional ones, but we can see that the average is about 80%. And in a way, this is not surprising. And it is also not unique for organic. It is really, I think, for all agroecological approaches where ecology is higher weighted in the priorities of the farm, that the same will happen there as well. So looking at the resource and input efficiency from the transformation of natural resources, we don't have any differences between conventional and organic farms, and between the transformation of short-term and long-acting anthropogenic measures, we see a clear difference between organic and conventional farms, because the input used by conventional farmers have an immediate direct transformation of yield of resources into yield. And we have the problem for all farming system, and this is true for organic as well. We need to find best trade-offs between acquired soil fertility, yield, and other ecosystem services. And whether the conventional approach or the organic approach is already optimum, we don't know. We see that organic is closer to the soil fertility building and closer to delivering other ecosystem services, and maybe has a deficit in yields. So in a way, I think the way forward in research is to find best trade-offs between all these elements we have to consider. So I think that for any approach in ecology and in agroecology and in organic farming, we need really to talk about the sustainability narrative, because we don't have only the eco or efficiency narrative, we also have the consistency narrative and the sufficiency narrative, and in a way we can solve future problems only by combining these three narratives, and this was already part of the European Partnership of Productivity and Sustainability developed by Commissioner Cholos. He already then, a few years ago, he talked about the efficiency and the sufficiency narrative. So avoiding food waste, reducing cereal consumption for feedstuff. This is what is needed if we want to follow agroecological strategies. So what we also know about organic, we know a lot about the environmental and ecological strengths of organic farming, mainly in temperate zones. And in a way, I show this. This is the longest running research proposal, field proposal worldwide on comparing different organic and conventional farming systems. It is run in the northern part of Switzerland. So in a way, it's very typical for entire Europe or parts of the temperate zones of Europe. So we know a lot about the performance of organic farming system in temperate zones. And you see some results here, and this very research proposal published in Science and in other scientific journal reflects exactly the performance of organic farming. We know from many meta-analyses. The last one was published a few weeks ago in Germany, a meta-analysis about the performance of organic farming published by the German government. And you see always the same, that for many environmental and ecological parameters, the organic farming system is much better than the conventional one. The IPM in the middle, 0, IPM without any manure, only a mineral fertilizer. And you see that an IPM, integrated production and integrated pest management with organic manure, you see that there we have a tendency towards the advantages of organic farming, but organic farming is clearly better, and the only deficit of organic is the yield. Here again, 80%. So the results of these long-term trials here in Switzerland really exactly reflect the performance of organic farming in temperate zones. It's not surprising that organic has lower yields than conventional farming. One reason is not only because it might be system inherent, but also because we see that specific research activities addressing the specific problems of organic farming are still scarce. This was a very optimistic estimation I did a few years ago, and you see that overall worldwide we came up to $290 million for specific organic research questions. So addressing problems which have only organic farms. And this is for sure less than 1% of all research spending. So you see that Europe, the EU is by far, not only the EU here, but all Europe is by far the leading place for organic research, which is an ideal situation. And you see that other continents, and especially low-income countries, are far behind in research spending. So the potential of organic farming for the SDGs can only be assumed, and we cannot really make clear conclusions on that. Way forwards. So in a way, organic and agroecological research programs are characterized by system integration. This requires appropriate teams, scientists, and methods. So this is a special approach we need to go in order to achieve best results from research. And you see, this is already a very old theory from John Mayer from the United States, that even in oral tradition, agriculture has always been perceived as a system. So research always needs to be a system approach. And sometimes I ask myself whether we have really exploited that potential with our existing research activities, really to work in systems, in the context, and to optimize all different factors playing together and influencing the impact and the performance of a farming system. Secondly, this is a very old article from Science Development Net 2009. Already then there was a header saying, "Get agricultural research to farmers," universities told. So this is a very old advice. And in a way, it is still a very new one. And we haven't yet exploited that totally. So in a way, this doesn't cost more money so far. It is a better methodology to use farmers as partners and to use farmers as labs. So in a way, this could be very helpful, especially when money is short, to do a lot of excellent research. And then, of course, because we don't want to intensify with inputs, so we have mainly the crops with which we can intensify productivity. And so breeding is of utmost importance. And we see that the many organic breeders coming up now, especially in Europe, they really focus on a system approach in breeding, meaning that they breed for plant-fauna microbe interactions, they breed for plant-plant interactions, and they breed for plant-soil microbiome interactions. I think this is a really important development that a lot of breeding activities in organic farming have started up, and they really have an excellent approach in order to stabilize the yields and the quality of organic crops. We know that from quite well-published research. This is one from KWS, the biggest German breeder, a conventional one. He looked into what is better to select under organic or under conventional condition. And you see that only selecting under conventional conditions, farming conditions, then you have only the highest yielding breeds on the right side. But if you look under organic condition, you also identify very high-yielding varieties, new breeds under organic condition, and these are you going to miss if you breed only under conventional farming conditions. So this is already a way forward, really to breed and to select under organic condition so that plants and varieties are adapted, best adapted. Another point is that in organic farming we already have no industry research for fertilizers, for pest control, for seeds. For instance, only to do research into new fungicides, because organic has still a major deficit using copper fungicides. So only to do research into developing completely new organic fungicide, for our institute, this has already taken about 20 to 30 million euros to develop a pure plant extract which is active against fungus diseases. And you see how complicated it is. And it is even more complicated to get it registered in Brussels as a plant extract, because it's as complicated as a chemical. And you see that this research money is also missing for the organic industry. The same goes for veterinaria. For instance, this is a recent development of a biocontrol method with a fungal strain, Daddingtonia flagrans, for worms in animals. At the moment, the only problem is to get it registered in Brussels. It's a completely natural compound. It's a ubiquitous compound, but to get it registered in Brussels is almost nearly impossible. So only to see how the obstacles are for conventional development, for conventional research. And I think that in the next years we should better use modern farming technology, like the entire digitalization. For me, this has a high potential to redesign organic farming system. This is only a picture of a 3,000-hectare farm in Argentina, an Argentinian one, strip and contour farming so in a way that you can re-establish biodiversity, crop diversity on a farm, so using the digitalization to develop really complex, diversified organic farming system. This is a huge chance for organic farming of the future. We have to grab that chance for research. So, conclusion, productivity of organic agriculture can be considerably increased with more research funding. All low input, high output systems like organic agroecology, LISA, even IPM would equally profit from agronomically better solutions in organic. There is a huge research gap in tropical and arid zones. I think Verena will talk about that. And truly sustainable farming system remain less productive. I don't think that we can dream in delusions. And all three narratives of sustainability in combination contribute to the SDGs. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Urs, for that address. And now I'd like to invite our team of researchers from FIBEL Switzerland, led by Beate Huber, the head of the Department of International Cooperation. And she'll be supported by Gube Bula, Noah Adamte, Christian Schade, and Irene Kadzere, be presenting their work.
Thanks a lot. We are very happy that we have the possibility here to present our results from our research. You can already see here at the names, there are a lot of people who contributed to this presentation, the contribution of organic agriculture to the in the tropics to sustainable development. In our research, research for development, where we focus on is actually the smallholders. More than 80% of the smallholders, more than 80% of the farming land in sub-Saharan Africa and in Asia is farmed by smallholders. So that's, I think, where we need to look at. And these smallholders are especially affected by the environmental challenges we have. And here, as you see as an example, soil degradation, which is very severe in these countries and regions, and also climate change. So it was mentioned by Urs before that the research in agriculture has a strong focus, especially what is relevant for organic agriculture is in the global north. Here you see an example from soil fertility. You see the yellow dots. That is a meta-study which was conducted by a colleague of ours, Andreas Gattinger, a meta-study on soil carbon. Where you see very little research done in the global south. And we learned from our long-term comparison in Switzerland, Urs mentioned it before, yes, that organic agriculture can have a substantial impact in soil fertility. You see here on the right how it looked like the soils after 30 years of organic management on the left, and on the right, you see how it looks after 30 years of integrated production. So what I'm going to present to you is the results from two research projects. One is the long-term farming systems comparison trials in the tropics. These are on-station trials which we are conducting. These are meant to be long-term. And the other one is the ProEco Africa OFSA project. And here we look, okay, what is happening in reality at the farmer side. So we're looking at the productivity, profitability, and sustainability of the different systems. The countries that we are working in is in the SYSCOM, is in Bolivia, where we have the focus on agroforestry, specifically on cocoa. The SYSCOM in India, where the focus is on cotton, but then also soybeans and wheat. In Kenya, where the focus is on maize and vegetables. And then in Kenya, we also have the ProEco Africa research, which is also conducted in Ghana and in Uganda with a total of 2,000 farmers. So what I'm going to or we are going to show today is first the results from the long-term experiments, the on-station long-term experiments, and here we will especially present the results related to soil fertility, biodiversity, productivity, and profitability. And then we'll show afterwards the results from ProEco Africa OFSA, and here first at the reasons for adoption of organic practices by farmers, productivity and profitability, and then finally the contribution to sustainable development. And then we will conclude what are the contribution to organic agriculture, of organic agriculture to sustainability. So what you see here on the screen is our on-station trials in India. That's how it looks like with a plot design. Yeah. I think it doesn't. And we have actually 4 treatments. We have one treatment is where we work with BT cotton, meaning GMO, genetically modified seeds, BT cotton, and then always with soybeans and wheat in the crop rotation. Then we have a conventional practices, we have organic practices, and we have biodynamic practices. That's our trials in Kenya. There we have 2 locations, one in Chuka and one in Thika. And also here we have in the treatments a conventional high input where we use more than 200 kilograms of nitrogen. Then we have conventional low input, organic high input, and organic low input. So the low input systems, we use about 45 kilogram of nitrogen per hectare. And then finally, that's the on-station trials in Bolivia. Here we have an agroforestry system. And you see here nicely, that's the reshot site, which looks like a village on the right side on the top. And again, you see the plots here. And you see in the picture on the left side, that's the agroforestry system. And on the right side, you see the monoculture system. So here, the designs are conventional monoculture, organic monoculture, conventional agroforestry, organic agroforestry, and then we have a fifth one, and that is the organic successional agroforestry. That's a very more complex agroforestry system. So coming to our results, we start with the soil fertility. And here you can see in yellow that's conventional, and the orange, yellow is the conventional low input, orange is the conventional high input. We're looking at the soil carbon change over the last 10 years. And you can see when you compare that the conventional organic low input as well, or let's put it the other way around, the highest change in soil carbon is with organic high input. But we also see that when we compare the low input systems, that then organic is performing relatively poor. So it's not just, it has to be organic, it really matters, okay, what are the inputs into the soil? We look into India, you see with the lines, that's how it looked like in 2007. And then the full colors are how it looks in 2014. And here you can see for the both organic systems, the biodynamic and the organic system, that the change in soil carbon is explicitly higher compared to conventional and to the BT cotton system. We looked at the same soil fertility in the agroforestry systems. And here you see it's clearly in the organic systems, the soil carbon stocks are explicitly higher compared to the conventional systems. And I think you can also see that in the picture where you have in the monoculture system, you have just, you see the soils, where in the agroforestry systems, the soils are fully covered with organic matter. Yeah, so coming to the next, biodiversity. Biodiversity conservation, we still remain in the soil. And then we looked into the density of earthworms during the cotton season, and I think the picture here is relatively clear. The green is the organic, the yellow and red is the conventional, respectively the BT cotton, and you can see that the density of earthworm in organic managed soils is much higher, and earthworms play a crucial role in establishing soil fertility and soil structure. Going a bit higher, in Kenya we looked into the termites. And again, here you can see that in organic high input systems, the density or the abundance of termites and the diversity of termites is substantially higher. You might wonder now, okay, why is that interesting? In fact, the astonishing thing that was that despite the fact that we had much more termites in the organic high input system, the damage was the same. So these additional termites did not cause additional damage, but they provide considerable contribution to the soil structure and subsequently soil fertility. Then we go even a little bit more higher, and that is into the birds, and that was in Bolivia where we counted that. The species richness of birds, and here I think the line is also very clear. The lowest number of species is in the conventional monoculture system, followed by the organic monoculture system. And then already conventional agroforestry has slightly higher number of species. Organic agroforestry is even higher. And then we have a fallow system here, where you found the highest number of bird species. Well, we heard before productivity and profitability, that's the major challenges in organic agriculture. So we also looked into the yields. And here is the example from Kenya. And when you look first on the left, you have the maize. And the yields in maize are similar in organic and conventional. There's no significant changes. However, when you look at the leafy crops like potatoes and like the green beans, then in fact the yields in conventional are substantially higher. And here actually we learned that our major problem are the pest and disease. And we just don't know enough about how to better manage pest and diseases in these tropical conditions. That's really a knowledge gap which we have there. And we also learned, or we assume, that the effectiveness of the organic pesticides available in Kenya are not as effective as the products we are using in Europe. So there we really need to look at. So one thing what I just wanted to show you, the graphs are relatively simple. Behind that are usually quite complex graphs. And what is crucial also is when you conduct such studies, not to do it just 1 year. And that's what I can show here on the left side on the cotton. If you look only at 1 or 2 years, the picture can look quite different. What is important is really to have the long-term development to see the impact, because also farmers are not only farming once a year, but they are farming their lifelong. So looking into the productivity and profitability of the cotton systems, we first look into the annual average yields over the 8 years. No, sorry, it was 6 years here. I have to mention here that this includes the conversion period. And then when you look into the cotton system, it's clear that the yields in conventional and in BT are higher compared to the organic systems. The organic again is in green. When you look into the soybean, then yields are equal. When you look into wheat, then again conventional yields are higher. However, when you look into the gross margin, the average gross margins, then the picture already looks a bit different, because we have lower costs in organic, and but that is actually calculated without premium price. The reason for that is that in the region where we are working, the premium price is very low, so we ignored that. And again, you see here, in cotton, there's a mixed picture. In soybean, it's equal, and in wheat, where we again have the problem that we don't know how to adequately in this region grow organic wheat, the yields are substantially higher or significantly higher in the conventional systems. Oops, sorry. Then we also looked into the return of investment. I mean, that's the problem that we have when we work with smallholders. Smallholders don't have risk capital. They have very little capital, and they need to be sure that whatever they spend, they get a return on it. And when you look at that, using the same figures which I've been showing before, then the picture looks totally different. Then the return in investment in cotton production, in soybean production, and in wheat production is higher compared to the conventional and BT systems. So actually, that's an indicator that for resource-poor farmers, the organic systems are very interesting. Looking again into yields, this time in the agroforestry system. And here you see the cumulative crop yields in the cocoa system. You see the full color, that's the cocoa yields. They are lower in the conventional system. They are lower in the organic system. They are higher in the conventional systems. But you also grow bananas there. In the conventional system, you grow bananas only at the very beginning of a plantation, whereas in the agroforestry system, we have bananas and plantains inside. And here you see, when you look at all the crop yields, then the agroforestry system have significantly, well, substantially higher yields, whereas there's a little higher in the conventional agroforestry system, the total yields compared to the organic. But then the interesting thing is when you look into the SAF system, that's the system where we have this very diverse agroforestry system. There you not only have bananas, but you also have avocados, achiote, arasa, cassava, coffee, and a lot of other crops. So still looking at the profitability, oh sorry, here's a mistake in the title. When we look at the revenues, I said before, the cocoa yields are higher in the monoculture system, and that's what you see on the left side. The highest cocoa yields are in the conventional monoculture system, followed by the organic monoculture system, followed by the agroforestry systems. But then when you look also into the bananas, then the revenues look different. And here is that the banana revenues can actually overcompensate the total income or revenues of the plot. You see on the right side also the costs. We calculated that without labor, and it is the costs in the system, in the agroforestry system, are lower, and in general in conventional systems are lower compared to the organic systems. So what we also wanted to know is what is the return on labor. So that's for the farmers there the key factor. And then interestingly here the picture turns again. It is the return on labor. What does a smallholder earn per working day? That is in the agroforestry systems significantly higher compared to the monoculture system. There is no difference between conventional and organic. In fact, that there is the difference, and now we're talking about agroecology, between a monoculture system and an agroforestry system. In our example, we had almost $8 per day, which is substantially higher than this national poverty line of $1.9, which was defined by the World Bank. But in Bolivia, we have a minimum salary of $8.7 per day. So we are quite unhappy that, and I think that shows one of the problems we have in cocoa production, that we still slightly below the minimum salary. And then I just wanted to briefly touch a few other issues, and that is the nutritional potential. And we stay here with the Bolivian example. We calculated the average calories per yield, and here you also can see that the agroforestry system have produced much more calories compared to the conventional system. And again, when you look in the SAF system, and they are really talking really about nutrition, you have this huge diversity of the products. So if you look at it from a nutritional aspects, we think there is a huge potential which has not been explored yet. We also looked into the resource use efficiency in example in Bolivia again. And here we looked at the average energy input, the cumulative energy demand. And here you can see overall the energy demand in organic is much higher compared to the conventional. However, when you look into the renewable and non-renewable energy input, then you see that in conventional production you have a higher demand of non-renewable inputs, whereas in the organic system the inputs are mostly from renewable sources, so especially from compost. Yeah, and that's my last one, not bothering more with that result, is climate mitigation potential. And here we looked at the above ground biomass in Bolivia. And also here, when after 2 years, you could see that there's in the agroforestry system slightly higher above ground biomass, but then it's after 6 years, that's already a very clear picture, whereas conventional organic perform very similar. There are significant differences between monoculture system and agroforestry systems. So that was a bit the results of our long-term experiments. On station experiments, I would now like to hand over to my colleague Irene.
Thank you, Beate. You have been hearing about the results of on-station research, and these are researcher-managed activities. But in the Pro-Eco Africa and OFSA projects, we wanted to find out how organic is really performing under the smallholder organic farms. Before I give the details, I would like to acknowledge the presence of some of our partners here. Bo van Eltaka from LBI, please just show your hand. And also our colleagues from IFOAM. And these two partners are the ones who are going to package our research into appropriate dissemination and policy messages. So in 2011, there was a high-level decision made by the African Union heads of states and government to mainstream organic agriculture in agricultural systems, in the national systems. And this was one of the strategies to enhance development. But it became quite clear that the evidence basis to support this mainstreaming was very limited or lacking. And this led to the initiative called Ecological Organic Agriculture. And in this initiative, there are several pillars, and one of the pillars touches on research, training, and extension. And this is where Pro-Eco Africa, the SISCOM project, and OFSA are all contributing towards the ecological organic agriculture. We came up with several research questions on the smallholder farms. For organic and conventional smallholder farms, with respect to their productivity, their profitability, and overall sustainability, what are the determining factors for such performance? Are there any key differences between the organic and conventional farms? And how can farmers improve performance of their farms? And we based our research on existing farms using about 2,000 smallholder farms since 2014. Yes, it has taken this long. And for organic agriculture, in order to select farms, these were supposed to have been under organic management for at least 3 years so that we could really see the impacts of organic practice. We targeted certified organic farms and non-certified organic farms. And we had to identify key entry crops which the farmers were growing in order to get to a farm. But once we got to a farm, we had to assess the whole farm. And in this project, we have 3 countries, Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. And I'll say a little bit more about these case study sites. So in Ghana, we have 2 sites. One of them is in the northeastern region, and our entry crop was onion, non-certified organic, and this is a semi-arid zone, and there we have about 400 farmers. with 23% females. And in the southern part, we had cocoa as an entry crop in the humid zone, and it was certified organic with nearly 400 farmers that we worked with, and 44% of these were females. In Uganda, our entry crop was coffee, certified, and the certification is in two forms: combined fair trade and organic, and only fair trade, and then conventional. And this is also a humid zone, and there we have about 362 farmers, and nearly 50% of them were females. In Kenya, we have 3 sites. In the Kirinyaga site, we have an entry certified crop, macadamia nuts, which was being facilitated by a private company. And we had about 300 farms initially, and 23% were females. In Machakos, this is a semi-arid zone, and our entry crop was mango. And we also had about 300 farmers, nearly 50% were females. And in Muranga, this is another humid zone, high potential. And here the organic practices were non-certified, and about 300 farmers. Once we selected the farms, we needed to characterize them. And one of the first issues that we did was to look at the farm sizes, but not just the whole farm. Also, we had to look at the different plots in each field, and we measured the areas through GPS. So there you can see some of their sites as examples with the farms, but also the specific fields. The average farm sizes were quite large in Ghana, about 2.8 hectares to 3.2 hectares on average. Some of them were even up to 12 hectares. In Kenya, very small farms. But one question was, how could we really model productivity and profitability in such a complex farming system? You can see there, it's a plot, but there are more than 10 crops growing in this field or plot. And the farmer is also having livestock, and the livestock can be either zero grazing due to limited land, or they can be free grazing in the areas where land is not very limited. So we had to look at all the physical inputs which the farmers were using and how they interacted to produce outputs in terms of physical outputs like kilograms, liters of milk. And then we also had the monetary aspect. On the costs, we looked at all the financial inputs and also looked at the revenues generated. It was not enough to just conduct this study for one season, so we collected data for 5 seasons for ProEco Africa, and it was really necessary to build the capacity of the people who were collecting the data, because they had to do it repeatedly, and it was a very big questionnaire. So here you can see some of the enumerators with some of the project farmers. And for OFSA, we only collected the data over one season. It was just one cross-sectional study. So when we identified the farms, or when we sampled the farms, we had organic and conventional classification. However, during the study period, since 2014, we realized that some of the farmers were not consistently practicing organic, so we had to reclassify these farms to really see which ones were consistently practicing. So if the farmers in one of the seasons, in one of the 5 seasons, if they used substances which are prohibited under organic in at least one of the fields or plots, we had to reclassify them. So here, the CC, these are farmers that were identified as conventional, and they practiced conventional management. But there were also some farmers whom we selected as conventional, but they practiced organic, or they did not add any prohibited substances according to the EU regulation. And the OO farmers, these are farms that we selected as organic, and during the period, they practiced organic farming. So they did not apply any substances which are prohibited. And among the organic farmers, there are others who also applied. For several reasons, they had to apply some prohibited substances, and we classified them as OC. Some of the reasons for practicing organic were that farmers were concerned about their health, they wanted to make some profit, they wanted to access markets, and some of them were just convinced about the benefits of organic. So here, just to show some of the crops which are grown, I would like to draw your attention to the pink color here. This is tea, and you can see in the corner there the tea plantations. So tea is very dominant in the cabbage case study in Kenya. And then we did not find major differences among the different farming systems, only that conventional farmers tended to have larger tea fields. And from a gender perspective, we found that females tended to constitute a greater percentage of those farmers who were selected as organic and consistently practiced organic. Yes, Christian will give you more details on the results.
Thank you, Irene. So now I'm going to introduce you to some highlights of our results. I'm not going to present all of our results, obviously, because I can see you're overwhelmed already. So let me focus on the main points. And I would like to stress that the sites that Irene explained, we have all of our results from Uganda, from our Uganda study, are already published, and you can have all the papers available. The results from the Kenyan and Ghanaian sites, they are still in analysis. The results I'm going to show you are quite confirmed. The trends are very stable, but the numbers, the figures, they may change slightly. So when I present the results, I'll first talk about the adoption of organic agriculture. This seems a bit strange to some of the people, or maybe seem like an automatic procedure, but actually if you introduce farmers to organic agriculture, that doesn't mean that they take it up, and it depends very much on the context. So this will be my first part. Second part will be on productivity, on the actual physical yields, and the third one will be on the profitability, the monetary benefits or losses. And finally, I'm going to translate all this into some sort of sustainability assessment, and dare to say also something about the contribution to, of organic agriculture in our project to the SDGs. So now I'll start with the adoption. As I said, you can see here the 5 case studies from Ghana and Kenya. First of all, the cabbage case study. You can see adoption rates of organic practices for the main crops. Here, the cabbage case study was actually a non-certified case study. That means the farmers were exposed to continuous training on organic agriculture. There was a very committed person who, with NGO funds, introduced organic agriculture, tries to build up local markets, but there's no way of certifying them. The second study is the cocoa case study, which is actually a certified organic case study. But in this case, it's something that can happen in organic projects that actually it was difficult to market the cocoa for several reasons. So the farmers really had troubles in getting the price premiums, and there were some really interesting things which made also this case study having, as you can see here, very low adoption rates. So you can see here in this slide, really the two first case studies, the adoption rates are very, very low. On the contrary, we have the macadamia system, which was a certified system. There's a functioning internal control system. Farmers get their price premiums, and I think this whole project is very, very well managed, and you can see from the adoption rates extremely high, not only for the macadamia, but also for the other crops in the system. And then finally, the last two case studies, the mango in Kenya and onions in Ghana. They are also non-certified case studies implemented by NGOs, more or less well. The training partly didn't work so well in all the for all the farmers, so the adoption rates also here are very low. And I think that is something very important to consider when we talk about organic agriculture in Africa, that it's not always that people adopt it or not. We have also, of course, looked into the reasons why people don't adopt it, and among the main reasons was lack of inputs, in specifically fertilizer, lack of solution for pesticide problems, also lack of training, lack of capacity building, and also a lack of a long-term economic perspective for the people. That is a very important aspect. So now I'm going to talk about only those farmers. We will compare only those farmers who actually were selected as organic and adopted the organic practices. You can see from the 6,000 observations we had, more than 6,000, only 900 are in this classification organic. Now, first of all, we look at the crop yields, and I'm only showing those crops which were mostly grown by most of the farmers, so where we had a sufficient number of observations. What you can see here is the Ghanaian case study, the cocoa, the certified one, and the onion, the non-certified one. And you can see here there are no significant differences on physical yields at all. So that means, although the farmers in the red bar, the conventional ones, applied fertilizers and pesticide, we couldn't find any significant differences. If we translate this to economic benefits in terms of gross margins, then we can see here the underlined crops are the ones which were significant. That you can see for onions, actually we found for maize and millet positive gross margins, and this is specifically due to the fact that they had less input cost. If we look at Kenya, you can see the three case studies here. The middle one, macadamia, is the one certified, and this is also the one where we had even significantly positive effects on yields. And you may ask now why? How can we achieve with organic agriculture significantly positive effects on yields? This is because this system is so well managed. For all the pest problems, they have their solutions with biological pesticides. They have a very, very well functioning system of providing farmers with seedlings with the best breeds for their local plots. So I can tell you this is really, farmers are queuing for becoming part of in this system. It's really very well functioning. On the contrary, for the mango case study, we even see negative yields. This is a typical case for maize. We observed in many cases that maize, due to the high demand in nitrogen, farmers often fail to provide enough nutrients, and this is one of the points that farmers also mentioned by themselves. Translating this also to economic gross margins, we also can see here that specifically for macadamia and for coffee in the macadamia case study, we had substantially positive impacts on the gross margins. Now, coming from this product view, like productivity and profitability, I'd like to introduce you to a concept of sustainability assessment. We have been using a framework which was developed by the FAO called the SAFA guidelines, Guidelines for Sustainability of Agriculture and Food Systems. And these guidelines, they are structured into 4 dimensions. Apart from the economic, the social, and the environmental dimensions of sustainability, which you already know, there is the governance dimension. And I'd like to stress the importance of this governance dimension because we have seen this also in our case studies. It all depends on how things are implemented, how the processes are in order to, this is important in order to have impacts on the environmental, social, and economic side. And the special thing about the SAFA guidelines is actually that each of those, in total 58 sub-themes, is equipped with a goal formulation. That means a status or a goal which describes an optimal sustainability status. So if you hear people talking about sustainable agriculture and food systems and they don't define it very well, look into the SAFA guidelines. You have a very, very good definition, I think, of this, and a definition which is globally applicable. But yet, as you can see from this example of water quality, those definitions are very general because, of course, water quality is a very site-specific thing. So you need tools how to implement the SAFA guidelines practically in order to assess the sustainability at farm level. And one of those tools is the Smart Farm tool. There are many tools implementing SAFA guidelines, but the Smart Farm tool is probably the one which has been most widely applied for more than 4,000 farms. We have been sending auditors. They do a very, very short interview with 2 to 3 hours with partly observing, partly interviewing the farmer. This is a PhD student who was working in this project and already finished, Brian Sebunya from Uganda. And there's a part where the people do an interview and then they also check, like similar to an organic inspection, they check things, mostly the buildings, but also some of the nearer fields. And as a result, you'll get something like a radar plot. This is compliant with the SAFA guidelines, so you have all the themes, and you can dive into this by looking at the sub-themes as well, but I'm only presenting this overview. And you can see here, this is the conventional system, Coffee Arabica, so we are now in Uganda. And you can see here that there are quite some positive aspects in terms of sustainability, which are where you can see the blue line being in the green areas. And there are also some very problematic things turning up from such an assessment. When we talk about governance, it's mainly accountability and the questions of holistic management. But also in the environmental things, we have some problems with respect to land and overall only an average performance. Also in the economic dimension, obviously in this system, there is a lack of investment into the coffee farms. And also in the social dimension, I'd like to highlight the labor problems, the problems of labor rights and equity. So now, when we look at the comparison between the farming systems, we look at the Arabica farms who were organic. And I have to say they were not only organic, but also fair trade, because we didn't get any access to farmers who were only organic and non-fair trade certified. All the farmers we tried to identify were actually fair trade certified. So we don't have an isolated picture, in this case, only of organic, but it's a mixture of both systems. And what you can see is actually that for most of the sub-themes, you have a substantial improvement in sustainability performance, but it's not a silver bullet. So it's really something that is far from being completely sustainable. There's lots of things to improve, and that's something that comes up very clearly through such a sustainability assessment. And this graph alone is not very helpful because you don't know the reasons behind it. But I can tell you, you can dive into each of these themes and sub-themes and identify the reasons for the farmers being positively or negatively evaluated. And also then you can propose measures to the farmer which would make sense to improve a certain performance. And this just adds the Robusta system. So we looked at Arabica systems and robusta systems. In the robusta systems, it's a similar trend, whereas the sustainability performance is slightly lower for most of the themes, but also the conventional farmers were not so input intensive. So the differences between organic and conventional coffee farms in the robusta case are not that high. Finally, I'd like to explore a bit how this can be translated into the SDG framework, because this is something that people are interested in from the policy side, I know. But of course, while the SAFA guidelines are there for looking at single farms or even food companies, how to translate this actually to an SDG framework, which is mainly developed for monitoring sustainability or sustainable development at national level. What we did actually is we looked at the structure of the SDGs and we looked at the structure of the SAFA guidelines. They are both hierarchically. We have the 17 goals. In the SDG case, we have the 170 targets and some indicators. So, and in the SAFA guidelines, as I showed, we have the 4 dimensions, 21 themes, 58 sub-themes, and then for SMART, there are about 300 indicators. What we did is we linked the target level to the sub-theme level. So we looked at the relevance of the different sub-themes from the SAFA guidelines for the SDGs, and then combined this with the performance of the different farms. So we can apply this tool actually to every of these 4,100 farms we've been analyzing with SMART so far. And let me stress that this is a very explorative approach, and it's very susceptible to different aspects, but still you can come up with such a diagram where you can see for the 17 SDGs, you can see in the gray shaded areas, you can see the potential contribution of the farming systems to SDGs, because the SDGs are not only about agriculture, so there's a limited space what actually farming systems can contribute. But for example, for SDG 2 and also for the clean water SDGs and for sustainable production and consumption, there are some significant contributions that farming systems can do. And here you can see also the trend of the 4 systems we had looked at in Uganda, and you can see that for most cases there is a benefit, a slight benefit from the organic systems, but sometimes also the difference between Robusta and Arabica systems is more significant. And with this, I would like to hand over to Beate for the conclusions.
Thanks. Yeah, coming a bit how to bring the conclusions from our research, we say there is no silver bullet. It's quite clear. Yes, there are a lot of potentials. There are also limitations. And when you look into organic agriculture and its contribution to sustainable development, it's also clear you need to have context-specific solutions. So I think what we could show quite clearly that there is a large potential in organic agriculture to improve soil fertility, also with biodiversity conservation. I think in our research, the results were quite clear. When it comes to productivity and profitability, the picture is already getting a bit mixed. And Christian mentioned some of the problems we're facing is that also for the farmers, they are often not able to manage the systems optimally. They don't have access to sufficient inputs, and they are struggling to get access to the markets. So if you want to fully exploit these, the potential, then I think major efforts are still needed. We have to look into the economic and technological challenges. We have a huge problem with lack of inputs. I could show, for example, in the case of maize, where we can have similar yields if we have enough nitrogen, but often the smallholders don't have access to enough nitrogen. And also, as you could see in the case of the pest and disease, we just don't have the knowledge for optimal management of these systems in tropical conditions. There are also substantial challenges in institutional and governance. with regard to markets, with regard to agro-business, and finally also with regards to policy challenges. So if the access to nitrogen is subsidized, but it is very labor-intensive to produce compost, then it's of course easier for the farmers to use conventional nitrogen. So that's challenges which have to be tackled to really exploit, and I think we could show with our research there is a potential, but it needs to be better exploited. In our the presentations we did, most of the research are published in these papers. If not mentioned otherwise, you can find the papers also on our website, syscomscomparison.feeble.org, and also on our website, proecoafrica.net, as well as on our Feeble website. And with that, I'd like to mention, we have been now 3 people here speaking. A couple of the colleagues are here also with us. But this research would have not been possible without our donors and partners. You see the donors on the top below. And of course the farmers, and a lot of organizations and institutions have been involved in this research in different roles. Yeah, and they have a lot of people involved. We put some of them are here, but that's not the full picture. I mean, you can imagine that, I mean, doing this assessment with the farmers, the enumerators, the field staff, the research partners all over the world, there are a lot of people involved in this research. And with that, I would like to thank you very much for your attention and the partners for their contribution. Thank you. Gurbi and Noah to come up here, because they have been doing a lot of the research which has been shown here.
Now we will have a little bit of time. We will have a coffee in 10 minutes, but we would like to leave the floor for any question that you might have to the panelists and the participants. So, does anyone have a question? Okay, please, you can.
Yes, my name's Stuart Agnew. I'm an MEP on the Agri Committee. And I think that organic farming methods have a great deal to offer agriculture, but I was interested to hear what I felt were 2 contradictory statements this morning. One was a commitment to reduce greenhouse gases, and to have a system of agriculture that encouraged termites in the soil. Termites are major emitters of methane. I wonder if you could reconcile those 2 positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, termites have 2 major rules, the positive and then the negative. From our study in Kenya, we have observed that the positive outweigh the negative if the system is well managed. Termites' environment are 3. We have within the subsoil, we have within the surface of the soil, and then we have within the damp region. When the input or the organic debris are well incorporated and managed, the degradation of the carbon, which will lead to emission of nitrogen, is conserved in the soil. And that is why in the SysCom presentation, we have high carbon in the organic matter content. On the other hand, when the materials are not well managed and dried, they break up. And these materials, if they have higher nitrogen content compared to the carbon, then this is emitted through evaporation into the atmosphere. And that is where its impact on greenhouse gas emission comes in. So there should be a balance between the carbon content and the nitrogen content of the material you put in the organic system. And this is what we have observed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, very interesting results and all the work that has been done. I have a question. Maybe it's a little bit beyond, strictly speaking, the scope of the study, but I'm not sure. Maybe there are also some interesting data in that framework as well. We talk a lot about yields, and I understand why we put so much emphasis on yields. But what about, more broadly speaking, land productivity, which is much, a broader concept than yields? You have emphasized the fact that in some of those results, it was important to put attention on the fact that it's not only about one particular crop, but if you want to have a better, more realistic, or view overall, understanding of the profitability and things like that, it's quite essential to put maybe more the emphasis on land productivity. And I know this is much more challenging and complicated to do in terms of research, but I was wondering if in the framework of that research there are some useful data on this, and more broadly speaking, if there are some studies that put more emphasis on the land productivity debate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Actually, that is something that at FIBEL also is for us a very, very big interest, going from the yields to actually not only land productivity question, but actually to the food systems question. Because I think we have been looking at this question a lot, because yield is not necessarily the main driver for, let's say, food system sustainability. My colleague Adrian Müller will in the afternoon present a study we did for the FAO, actually looking at this question, looking not only at the productivity, not going even beyond to how things are processed, what they are used for feed, for food, and also at the question of food waste. And there are some really interesting results coming up. But nevertheless, let me stress that I think yields are very important for the farmers. There's no doubt. And if we talk about smallholder farming in developing countries, these people are depending on their productivity. They need to feed their family, they need to send their children to school, they need to pay the health insurance. So I think yields and then translated into profitability, this is something very, very crucial if we want to tackle the social side of agriculture as well.
Thank you, Miguel. I'm Roberto Aparici from the European Commission. Thank you for the presentations. Really nice work you've done. A lot of information. I will have a lot of questions, but I try to focus on a specific one. Rather for the first presentation, Mr. Nigli, I believe. One of the issues you raised in terms of needs in scientific research to improve organic farming was about genetics and developing new varieties, more productive, more efficient. I wonder what's the margin to improve on this? When you look at the figures, you can see from 61 to 2002 for cereals all over the world, according to FAO figures, we've multiplied the yields by 2.2. At the same time, we've multiplied the fertilizers used by 4.5. So it's like we keep improving yields, but the cost for it, in conventional agriculture, I mean, is to keep increasing even further fertilizer use. So I'm not contesting the fact that investing in genetics research is important, but what's the potential, the true potential? Is this was the true potential in terms of improving yields without increasing other costs, increasing energy use, without increasing non-renewable resources use? What's the true potential for that, and based on what? Thank you.
Question. It's clear that genetics is extremely important to further raise yields, especially if you don't want to rely on inputs. So in conventional farming we have seen a lot of genetic gain, but we have also seen a lot of input-made yield increase. And organic farming has its special standards for breeding and which breeding methods are used. These special conditions requirements are often criticized, but we see that we haven't yet exploited really the potential genetic gain if we really breed in the context of low input farming and organic farming system. And we see there a lot of improvement possible. And the best organic cereal breeders in Europe, they come close on organic farms with their varieties specifically bred for organic conditions. They come close to conventional yields. So the potential is there, and in organic farming, we want to exploit that potential still existing with traditional crossbreeding methods.
Okay. First, I will now Hans-Jörg, and after that, Tarthis, and then the others. So, Hans.
Thank you. Also very interesting presentations, and I think also very good timing of your conference at a time when the European Commission is building evidence for the next multi-annual financial framework. So I'm Hans-Jörg Lutzeyer, working at DG Research and Innovation of the European Commission. Just one comment and one question. The comment is, I found it very interesting, this new approach in organic plant breeding, looking at, for example, microbiome interaction on the plant surface and also soil microbiome. I could comment that in DG Research we are very interested, actually we are looking at microbiome as a cross-cutting research challenge, so looking at human health, the gut microbiome, at plant health on the plant surface, so interaction with plant pathogens on the plant surface, and in the soil, improving fertilizer efficiency by rhizosphere, soil, fertilizer, nutrient interactions. So I think there could be quite some potential in the future for collaboration. And then one question. Irene mentioned the African Union declaration for mainstreaming organic farming. We are working in the EU-African Union partnership very closely with the African Union, with the Department of Rural Economy and the Department of Human Resources and Research. And I think there's still a way to go to really mainstream the approach of organic farming in the institutions in Africa. So my question would be, do you have maybe certain champions among African countries, maybe ministers of agriculture who are champions of organic farming and supporting it in an African context?
Thank you very much for the floor. Just join others and say that it's a great job to have some evidences and facts around this topic, this interesting topic. I have two questions. The first one is related to the adoption. I would like to know if you may put some percentage around this adoption indicator. Irene talked about the health and some other orientation, some other dimensions in the adoption. I am really interested in this because the farmer is the most economist we can have in this world. If it is not profitable, he will not adopt. So I would like to have some clarification on that. And the second question may come to the first presentation, the second keynote speaker, about one of the most conclusion was to invest more in research about organic agriculture. What should be the right questions? As the first question was on yield, do we really have to focus only on yield? Or what are the main questions in the coming years we can focus on in research in organic agriculture? My last one is on the SDGs. We tried to link this work on SDGs. And again, here we are taking one commodity. What about the farming, the whole farming system? I think this is where we can gain in terms of added value. Because cotton, yes, if I am a farmer, I will adopt it because you propose me a good price. But what about the whole farming system? Because the main land, let's say if we talk about the hectares, are occupied by staple food. Cash crop, yes, you have cotton, you have tea, but our mainland is occupied by our staple food. So what about assessing the whole farming system? Thank you.
My question is also on the SDGs. This session is entitled, What is the contribution of organic agriculture to sustainable development? My name is Björn Niere. I work for the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. And the question to me is, what is the contribution of organic agriculture, as the title says? And one of the last slides that you showed the contribution of agriculture, but it was not clear to me what really exactly is the contribution of organic agriculture. So where does organic agriculture perform better or contribute more to achieve the sustainable development goals? Thank you.
We can continue after during the coffee break, and during the whole day we will keep discussion. So please bring a short response, and then we will continue in the coffee break. Thank you.
I will respond on the question related to the declaration by the African Union heads of states and government and whether they are champions in various countries. I would like to mention that at the continental level in Africa, there's an ecological organic agriculture steering committee, which is actually chaired by the African Union Commission. So they are very keen at that high level to support mainstreaming of organic agriculture, and they are supported by the stakeholders who are implementing the EOA initiative, and currently it is in about 8 countries, I think. But then also at the continental level, there is the AfroNet, which is the African Network on Organic Agriculture, which also embraces, together with IFOAM, the national organic agriculture movements. In various countries, there are norms, but the capacity of these norms, I think, is very variable. Some are very strong, others are still developing due to different challenges related to capacity. So yes, there are champions, but at very variable levels.
So let me briefly address the question on adoption and then the 2 questions on SDGs. So I think when we saw the low adoption rates in 4 of the 6 case studies, the first thing was that we were very disappointed actually, because we wanted to compare organic and conventional farms, and then we saw that this is actually not really working as we planned. But in the second view, I think this is extremely interesting, because first of all, we know that our survey worked. The farmers who were classified organic, they really, we've identified those farmers who actually used inputs which are not considered organic. But also, I think it's important to address the challenges associated with adoption. And I think we need to go much deeper than what I have showed you today. We need to calculate the farm level productivity for those farmers, and we need to model the profitability in a scenario where they adopt and where they not adopt. This is all possible with the kind of data we have, but this is something that I cannot tell you much more about in a moment. Then on the SDGs, yes, of course, the critical question is that we address the entire farming system, and I would even go beyond that. But just to clarify, what we did with the sustainability assessment, we didn't look at a specific crop, we looked at the farming system. So the coffee farms, we characterized not only the coffee, but we considered all the inputs and outputs from the coffee farm themselves. So if they grew maize or if they kept livestock, this is included. But still, when we talk about the SDGs, and this is very important, then and even if we looked at all the single farms in Uganda, then we wouldn't have a good, let's say, an insightful, a full picture of their contribution to SDGs of any farming system, because we would need to look at the other sectors as well. We would need to look at like an input-output approach for different sectors. And my colleague Mark Müller from the FAO is actually working exactly on this, and we have a lot of exchange how to measure the contribution of farming systems to the SDGs 2.4.1 indicator. And I'm really interested if you, I don't have the solution for this problem, but we are working on this, and this was a first step, and I consider this as being a contribution to measuring this, but it's not the final solution. Thank you.
Yeah. Address the question on the area of focus so that we can reduce the yield gap. First is organic fertilizer, the quality. We talk of compost use, manure use, but it became clear that quality of these inputs has a lot to impact on yield production, and therefore much focus should be given to that direction. In addition to pesticides, as already mentioned by our presenters, most of the biopesticides and the botanical pesticides on the market, the instructions on them, when we tried it, were different. The concentration at which they perform best were different from what has been put on the bottles. And therefore, knowledge on the screening, efficacy, dosage, and frequency in order to manage the various pests effectively. That is also one area that we need to give direction. Labor is very intensive when it comes to compost production because it is manual. And therefore, if we can have research into technologies that can change from manual production to semi-medium aspect of technology may be very helpful. Varieties that will also be highly productive, as was presented by the first speaker on the need for breeding. And finally, knowledge transfer in organic farming, because it is an act on its own. You need the skill, much as conventional farmers receive training. Organic farmers also need knowledge transfer and training. Thank you.
Maybe I can make a quick remark on adoption. We did another study which was not presented here to see what are the motivations of organic farmers for doing organic and what are the motivations of conventional farmers for doing conventional. And there we figured out that the relatively large holder organic farmers, they were motivated by closed nutrient cycles, minimum inputs from outside. But the smallholder farmers, they had quite a strong motivation of assured market with a premium price. So they were mostly linked with the cash crop with assured market available to them. So bringing them into green value chains, that is very important for the poor farmers with minimum resources, so that when they have assured income, then they are motivated to go more for organic. So these are the factors probably we need to consider for when we design the adoption strategies. Thank you.
Just in front of the room. So let's go to the coffee break. I will ask you, all of you, to be quick because we cannot extend more on the time we have. So we will come back at 11:35, maybe 40, I would say, with the panel discussion on the scientific results. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Does that work?
I'm not sure.
If everyone could take their seats.
Please take your seats. Come in. Can you hear me? Can we increase the volume? Here maybe. Hello? Yeah. Check your volume also if it works.
Hello everyone and welcome back. If you could please take your seats and we'll move on to the next part of our program. Hello and welcome back. I hope everyone has had a good break. We'll be continuing now with a panel discussion to reflect upon the research results. So I'd like to invite Frank Eihorn from Helvetas to lead the moderation. Thank you.
No, I hope you can hear me better. We now have the difficult task. Try to make sense of what we have heard in the earlier sessions, this vast wealth of scientific information, and to put that in context of our today's topic. What does that mean now for development cooperation? And I want to take up the question which was just asked before the coffee break from the representative of the German Ministry for Cooperation and Development. So what is now really the contribution of organic agriculture to the SDGs? I have with me here three eminent experts in this area. I don't need to introduce Urs Nigli, who has already spoken in the beginning. Next to him sits Verena Seufert, and she is a professor at the Institute for Environmental Studies at Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. Excuse my Dutch. She holds a PhD from McGill University in Montreal, where she worked exactly on this question. So what is the contribution of organic agriculture to sustainable development? She has done numerous publications in top journals, including Science and Nature, on this topic, and she presents a very differentiated picture of organic agriculture. I just say many shades of grey. To my right and to your left is Stéphane Bellon. He is a researcher with more than 20 years of experience on organic research at the Department of Science for Action and Development, exactly what we need here, at INRA, which is the Institut National de la Recherche Agronomique in Paris. Stéphane is an agronomist, has many publications in this field. He has published a famous book, Organic Farming as a Prototype for Sustainable Agricultures, ? And he is also, what I think is important to mention, he is part of the ERA Net Core Organic, which is a research network, is that right? And he is part of Agroecology Europe, actually the first founding president, and a member of the Latin American agroecology movement, SOCLA. So you see he brings these various perspectives together. Now, we will have two very short input presentations from Verena and Stéphane, who haven't spoken so far. And then we go into a panel discussion. We'll then open the floor to your questions, so be ready with sharp, precise questions, and then we go into a concluding round. And all this, hopefully, before lunch, because we are starting with a bit of a time delay. Short input by Verena. Please, if you take the stage and if the slide can be displayed. Verena, the floor is yours. Start the microphone, please.
Oh, can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Okay.
That's the last one.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Frank, for this introduction and for inviting me here, and thank you all for being here and being interested in this topic. And I will have a very short overview of this question as a scientist. What is the scientific evidence that we have on the contribution of organic agriculture to sustainable food systems? And I want to start by looking at how we can define sustainable agriculture. We often think about agriculture mostly in terms of food production, but I think a sustainable farming system is a farming system that delivers food, but it also provides habitats for biodiversity, soil quality and preservation, climate regulation, water quality, as well as farmer livelihoods and accessible and nutritious food to consumers. So sustainable farming system is a farming system that has this multiple delivery of multiple services. We know that current conventional agriculture is really good at producing lots of food and producing this cheaply for consumers, but it's not very good at delivering all of these other services, and especially the environmental ones, but also not the farmer livelihood ones, because many farmers around the world can't make a living from their activities. So what is the role of organic? Can organic agriculture do any of these things better? And what do we know about the organic performance? This is a question that has driven a lot of my work, and I want to present a few short results based on meta-analysis. So we've heard a lot about individual case studies and long-term farming system trials in the previous session, but I'm going to talk mostly about the results of meta-analysis. And meta-analysis is basically a synthesis of all the scientific literature out there. It's trying to see the forest for the tree. So it's trying to take a step back about what do we know across different study locations and case studies. And I first want to start by looking at the question of yield. And here in 2012, we wrote this paper that was one of the first meta-analysis to look at the question of what is the yield difference between organic and conventional. But that was in 2012. So since then, we have made some progress and more studies have come out. So this is a book chapter that I recently published where I compared our knowledge on organic yields. And this graph shows the yield difference between organic and conventional according to multiple meta-analysis or large-scale studies that have come out in the last years. And you see that all of them, and we already talked about this or mentioned this, that all of them, more or less nowadays, we have an agreement that organic yields in scientific analysis are on average about 20% lower, and you see that they more or less agree on this. But here is a big caveat in this. This is from USA and this is Europe, and down here you see the distribution of the studies in these meta-analysis, and you see that the majority of them are from Europe and North America. So we have very little data, and Feeble is working on providing some of the first data for yields in the global south. So then we see here in this graph that there is, however, variability around this. So we have the average yield, but then we have also differences in yield gap. And what drives this yield gap? This is an important question as well. So why are some organic farms having higher yields than others? And here I also try to synthesize what we know about different potential drivers of yield gap. So maybe in developing countries, the yield gap is higher than in developed countries and so on. And this is different meta-analysis, and you see that they come to very different conclusions on these drivers of yield gap. So there is no agreement in the literature on what drives yield gap. Okay, so in terms of yields, Urs already mentioned this. I would say that the million-dollar questions are what about the yield gap in the global south? What drives differences in the organic yield gap? and how can we close the organic yield gap? What type of management practices are required to close this yield gap? And these are important research questions that I think we have a large potential to further close these knowledge gaps, because only very little research funding has actually been put into these into organic research. But what about other environmental ecosystem services? So now I'm going to look at biodiversity, soil, climate, water, and food, and here are water quality as well as water quantity and what we know about that. And this is based on a paper that looked at, it was a meta study as well, that was published last year, where we tried to synthesize what we know about these variables. And the first comparison I'm going to do is a comparison per unit area, so comparing an organic farm with a conventional farm of the same size. And here, red is the conventional reference system, and I'm going to draw a flower diagram again, based on this concept that sustainable farming systems need to have all of these flower petals at the same time. And we know that yields are lower, so organic farms have lower yields than conventional farms. But in these terms of these other ecosystem services, organic farms per unit area perform better. But with some uncertainty, the shade of the petal is related to the level of certainty that we have in this dimension. So generally better, with some big knowledge gaps. We don't know much about water quantity in organic compared to conventional farms. But now an important addition to this picture, and this is a comparison per unit food output, because we know that organic farms generally per unit area, they produce lower food. And so what does the comparison look like per unit food produced? And here, unfortunately, the picture looks much less clear. We have many more knowledge gaps, so the white petals are dimensions we are not able to quantify because there are not enough studies to have assessed this dimension, versus the yellow ones are petals, are dimensions with high uncertainty, but they indicate that per unit food produced, organic farms might actually be emitting more greenhouse gases, and per unit food produced, organic farms might actually be leaching more nitrogen to water bodies, but with very high uncertainties. Okay, so we have talked about yields, we have talked about the environmental impacts. What do we know about the social impacts? And again, I'm going to have to be very brief here because I think I'm already going over time, but let's have a quick look at what we know about the impacts of organic agriculture on producers as well as consumers. And here you see a couple of key indicators that we have identified that represent how farming systems influence consumer and producers. And you see that the direction of the arrow shows a positive or a negative impact. So this is always comparing organic and conventional. And the shading of the arrows shows how the level of certainty we have in this conclusion. And you see that generally, in terms of producers, organic farming has several important benefits, and some more ambiguous ones, and some level of uncertainty. In terms of consumers, there's a big problem that organic has higher food prices, so that's a negative impact on consumers, but it has lower pesticide residues and potentially some nutritional benefits, but with high uncertainty levels regarding that. This is, again, something that we have already talked about, but this shows the location of, so I'm talking here about meta-analysis, meta-studies, and this graph shows the distribution of the studies included in these meta-studies across these continents, as well as the distribution of actually organic area and organic producers across these continents. And you see, again, a huge bias towards the global north. Even though there are many organic producers in the global south, most of the research has been done in the global north on all of these indicators that I have talked about. Conclusions. Yields are lower, but it depends on. There's a couple of factors that influence the size of the yield gap, and we need to learn more about that. Environmental performance, generally per unit area, it is better, but there's some uncertainty per unit output, and it also depends on contextual factors we need to better understand. Social impacts are mostly higher, but with high uncertainties as well, and also lots of context dependency that we need to understand better. So there is no answer whether organic will solve all of our problems or not, but I think we need to understand these shades of gray in more detail to identify locations where it's performing well and how we can improve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Verena, for being very brief. I think it helped to see how these deep dive studies that the FIBEL colleagues presented earlier, how they fit into a global scenario. So these meta studies, they help to sort that out a bit. We hear now from Stefan on what are the knowledge dynamics and topicalities of organics. Now I wonder.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure being there with you. And I already met some of you a couple of days before, so it's still a pleasure. I was suggested to look a bit before what Verena presented, which is a huge work on analyzing meta-analysis. But we just have to acknowledge there is an overall positive dynamics in terms of publication within the organic sector, and which we can divide into subject areas. So we see there is a main dominance, I would say, of agronomy and multidisciplinary studies in agriculture. And as Verena mentioned it, I think less studies, less work being done by social and scientists, including economy. So that's, let's say, the overall picture, but there's still a dynamic knowledge production in terms of scientific production. So just to complete that, so we see different areas of knowledge. So if we look backward with this picture with the main authors, and you have a time dimension between the blue color on the left-hand side to orange color on the right, we can see determined clusters. Much work has been done on farming systems and performances in the past. Then there was much work being done as well on soil fertility, maintenance of soil fertility, which still exists and persists. Work being done on consumers' expectations, motivations, and so forth. The issue of biodiversity, which came in 2000 with some meta-analysis, which were mentioned before as well. And more recently, some work on social or socio-economic dimensions and on health, food qualities, and finally, animal health. So we have a kind of coverage which could be updated because this work was done in 2011. But we can have a general picture of what has been done, who are the authors, what are the collaborations as well, and who are the main authors. What is maybe more critical and reflecting what has been said before as well, when we talk about externalities, which is other dimensions of organic agriculture, there were a study being done in France in 2016 between ITAB and INRA, and looking at what the other productions or contributions of organic agriculture are. So we have on the left-hand side, the dimensions related with environment, human health, and animal welfare, where we have contributions as well, recently published about cohorts, and health effects of organic consumption. And the positive impacts, which were already mentioned, are in green, so we see many of them. There are some contentious issues as well regarding greenhouse gas emissions, the use of copper and others, and issues about, let's say, plant or animal protection as well. And the main one, which is in red, is what was already discussed and mentioned this morning about productivity and land use as a whole. So just as a complementary image about topicality, where the topics are addressed, and which was already mentioned, maybe not on that issue, but it's interesting as well to have word maps showing where the studies are being done. So this one was about economic dimensions, and you see with yellow dots where the studies are being done. However, the interesting point in this study from Crowder and Reginald is that they look at the premium price effect, and which is somehow balanced, and there is no, although they see that, they notice that there is an average of 20–30% extra as premium price, but there is still possible flexibility or adaptation with lower premium prices, which is good news for the organic sector. Last slide about, since we're talking about research impact, I just wanted to give you one example of what has been done in France, where we have a research program which started in 2000. And since we talk about impact, it's not only about impact factor in the scientific arena, but there are other impacts of research which are assessed and which are really part of the INRA agenda. But on this simple diagram, you see that the position of INRA in terms of impact factor within the scientific community increased, namely due to the fact there is a program, a national program, and also an implication of INRA within the ERANET core organic, which was mentioned by Frank before. So after a couple of years, INRA is now at number one, supposedly at world level in Web of Science. So just some key messages to conclude. When we go back to roots, to the origin, we see that, as Urs Nigli said, organic is a global system, and I think we have to face systemic challenges, and SDGs somehow are interrelated, connected, and are synergistic. And I think organic agriculture is important in that respect due to its connection between agriculture, food, and the environment, and more social aspects. So if we go back to the future, the extension or the upscaling potential of organic is raising new questions, new issues, although we have to acknowledge its multiple performances in different dimensions. The second point is we have to value knowledge, the knowledge base that exists, and address knowledge gaps as well, especially those related with sustainability challenges. So I think that's part of the discussion. And this issue of changing scale and getting out of the niche for organic food and farming is an important issue which now we like to explore, especially in France. But I think there's another challenge which may be critical for the discussion we have, is that we have to think about shifting out of this dichotomy between what we say default organic or organic by default and market-oriented organic. And I think we really have a challenge to think about intermediate pathways, especially for the South. So shifting for those two polarities to think about new avenues and pathways. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stefan. You said the SDGs are interrelated, and that brings us back to our main question. Now, what are the contributions of organic agriculture to the SDGs? And Urs, I start with you, Urs Nigli. And I must admit, I stole this slide from one of your recent publications you developed with the Swiss National FAO Committee, where you said these are the contributions of organic to the SDGs, so where you see the green hooks. Let's test that. Let's find out whether this is really true. Now, we are here, very clearly, organic agriculture has environmental benefits. I think we don't need to dive much deeper on this. Everybody probably agrees. But we are here not at the European Environmental Bureau, but at DEFCO. So what really can a development donor expect in terms of impact on the SDGs if they invest in developing organic agriculture in the global south? Can you share some of your thoughts on that, please?
It's again the most critical questions you gave me. Of course, I don't want to talk about the environmental advantages because I think there we are quite clear. And whether you measure it per area or per food tons you produce, this is a very critical question because for many for many public goods like biodiversity, you might be better measuring them per area and not per ton. And it's different for climate change, of course. And there, the colleague in the back there was completely right. So we are always a little bit surprised that we cannot find black and white answer, but I think it's very good not to find black and white answer. Otherwise, we would be all jobless, because we need to further dive into all these challenges. And for me, what is sure is that organic is a productive form of agriculture. It is not an unproductive form of agriculture. And it's a rather environmentally friendly, resource protecting way of farming. So this combination is very interesting, and investing into organic project, at least you have that, a productive agriculture, not depleting soils, not causing soil erosion. So I think that for me that is already a major step forward. And from that on, to get even more sustainable and to cover more sustainability goals, it is easier as a start than to start from very conventional, partly degraded farming systems where you don't have any diversity, complexity left in the farming systems, very concentrated on a few crops only. So with organic, we already have an excellent start for addressing the sustainability goals.
Thanks, but I don't let you off the hook so easily. So can you be a bit more precise? And for example, you mentioned climate. Okay, organic agriculture may be better for the climate, but is it helping farmers to become more resilient for climate change? Any evidence in this regard?
Also with climate change, the facts are very clear. According to our meta-analysis, up to 20% lower yields, organic and conventional systems are equal in terms of NO2 emissions. So that's why we focus so much on productivity. And in addition to that, we have an effect on carbon sequestration, which is in almost all cases positive. So for me, climate change is not a gray area, only if we are very low in productivity. And for the individual farmer, that doesn't matter so much. But we know from many case studies that, for instance, investing for a few years into soil fertility building with organic matter, with leguminous crops, leguminous trees, and so on, really valorizing again manure, which is often extremely neglected, that we have a considerable soil fertility building which makes the soil much more resilient.
So it serves two purposes, adaptation and mitigation at the same time. That seems like a wonderful thing. Resilience, yes, an important topic. What about livelihoods, incomes? That's at the center for development cooperation. Stefan, you mentioned from this one study that, if I noted it down properly, from John Regenold, that in average in global meta-analysis, organic farmers had 22 to 35% higher incomes, higher profitability. That sounds like wonderful news. Can you explain that a bit more? How does that come and what does that mean?
I think there are many dimensions in that question. First of all, I would say that eventually organic agriculture gives an opportunity to the young generation to stay in farming, which is not taken for granted when you look at the amount of migration and the attraction cities have regarding the new generations. And for many farmers as well, mostly based in the experience we have from Europe, and when we talk about conversion, I don't like the term that much, but transition, I would say, is kind of way to renew the relationship we have not only with farming, with nature, with consumers. So it has, many dimensions which enable giving a will to stay in agriculture and contribute, working with nature and working with in agriculture. So that's part of the answer, but all this contributes to, well, not only thinking of changing the agricultural model, but also having a form of pleasure and recognition and getting new capabilities in farming, which to me is even as important, if not more, than the premium prices, which could be an opportunity or eventually opportunistic, which is important. And I wanted to add that from what I've seen in Brazil, being in organic farming was a precondition for farmers to stay in farming to survive. In many areas where they not only produce vegetables, but also contribute to produce water for big, cities like São Paulo. There's 10 million inhabitants, and it's not the city itself which is producing the water it's consuming. So all this challenge of getting in touch with society needs in terms of food, of water, of even spaces where agriculture is important. So coming back to the practical question of the added values, and when we talk about value chain, there's not only market which is in the air. When we think in the maybe longer run or longer term about ecosystem services and functions and what we called in Europe, I'm sorry about the European reference, but when we talked about multifunctional agriculture or multiple functional land use, it was precisely because farmers are not only producing yield, for sure, but not only food, but other things. And I think this is challenging because beyond the premium price, which is directly related to food, but we also say in Europe, think about public goods and other dimensions. I think that if we really take into account those benefits and the range of products and services we can get from agriculture, that will renew the image. And what they considered in this study, going back to it, is not only the premium price, but also labor intensity or the kind of labor, even this one should be considered, and the potential to contribute to positive externalities. So I think all of that is included within price. So talking about fair price, there are 3 Gs. We used it in a MOOC on organic agriculture last year, which is about what the just price. So there is justification and justesse, which are 3 French words. But all of that in the fair price is about the justice, justification, and justness, I would say. So all of that should be included in price. It doesn't cover.
Sorry to wind you up, I didn't want that. So incomes are not only a function of yields, but also of prices. And altogether, the incomes, you say there is a potential that organic agriculture contributes to that. You also mentioned labor. Does it mean organic can also contribute to building jobs? I mean, you traveled quite a bit. You worked in different places, Caribbean, Africa, Asia. What did you see? What does it do to communities if more farmers adopt organic agriculture? Any observations?
What I see is beyond the amount of labor, the type of labor is different. Both in agroecology and organic agriculture, if you really accept indirect actions, working with nature, paying more attention to observation, the nature itself of labor is changing. And I think that's important to say, not only thinking about amount of labor, which I did in the 80s, and doing balances and, you know, seeing what kind of work is being done. But to me, that's changing the essence and of labor. And to me, that's the important point. So it might be labor intensive, especially at the beginning, because for instance, if we have to plant hedges to rebuild a soil, it may be labor intensive, at least for some a certain period of time. But afterwards, I think well, if we work with nature and know how to monitor something which would work differently, that's a totally different labor and relation with labor.
So the hook at decent work and economic growth is justified then from your perspective. Let's look at other dimensions, Verena. Nutrition, for example, water use. Any thoughts on this, any observations?
Can you hear me? Yes, this works. Regarding nutrition, this is a topic that consumers care a lot about. This is one of the reasons why consumers buy organic, because they believe it to be more nutritious and healthier because it doesn't have as many pesticide residues. And I must say that there is a huge debate in the scientific arena as well as in the public arena about the evidence on this. And there is always these big meta-analyses coming out one year saying organic is more nutritious, and the next year another meta-analysis saying organic is not more nutritious. And I would argue that in our setting here in the global north, this doesn't really matter that much. Overall, we have very low pesticide residues even on our conventional foods, and there's even lower ones on organic foods. So if you want to use your precautionary principle, maybe your organic foods are healthier, but even the pesticide residues on conventional foods don't show, we don't have evidence that they provide danger or risk for consumers. But I think the picture looks very different in the global south, because their pesticide contamination is a serious issue, and there the pesticides that are used are much more harmful. And so I think in many middle-income countries like India and China, there's a growing urban middle class, and they are really seriously concerned about pesticides on their food, and they are strongly interested in organic food. And there is often a big non-certified organic sector that is growing in these countries that is catering to these middle-class urban consumers. And so I think there actually the pesticide residue debate is an important one to have. Regarding water, you asked about water. There's on one hand the question of water quantity, where unfortunately we don't have basically any studies looking at irrigation efficiencies in organic versus conventional. So I think we can't make many conclusions on that. But then there is the big issue of water quality. And I think there is often debate as well about this question of per unit area versus per unit food output impacts of organic. And we know that per unit area, organic has less pollution for nitrogen and phosphorus runoff into water bodies, but per unit output the picture might look different. But what I would think here is another point that I want to emphasize, and that is often ignored in the debate about water quality impacts, is that it's not only about the local impacts, but it's about how much new nitrogen are we adding to the atmosphere. Because what is harmful in terms of nitrogen is the new reactive nitrogen we are adding, and we are doing that by fixing nitrogen from the air and creating chemical fertilizers through the Haber-Bosch process. And this is adding new nitrogen, which is causing all the nitrogen pollution problems. If we use recycled nitrogen, for example, from animal manure or from composts, then we are not adding adding any new nitrogen to the atmosphere. So it's good. It doesn't really matter how much we're using on a farm because we're not creating new nitrogen sources, new reactive nitrogen. I'm not sure whether I explained this well enough, but I think it's something really important to consider, that even if an organic farm might be as polluting as a conventional farm, the organic farm doesn't use as many new reactive nitrogen sources and uses more recycled nitrogen sources. So that's a huge advantage at a larger scale.
That was complex. I have to ponder on this a bit, but let's turn to the question on, scientists always say it depends if you ask them a question. It depends on so many things, so we don't get a very clear answer. What does it depend on? What are the success factors? When does it work? Stefan, from your experience, what are success factors that organic agriculture can really contribute?
I would say that farmers also say it depends, because they live in context, in their context, and there is no black or white solution for them either. So I think we really have to consider how we can value their knowledge. I'm sure that scientists have a responsibility and do it, and I think this responsibility should also be, as it was shown this morning, on successional agroforestry systems, doing something different from what farmers can do on their own. We can, of course, have comparative analysis and split plot and complex, sophisticated devices. But I think we also have to explore, possibly with farmers, what they can do on their own, due to risk, due to cost, and so on. So I think that's one commitment, and there is room for that, not only to explore alternative solutions, but also to monitor what the mid or long-term results of something which is being done can achieve in terms of performances in that case. So did I answer your question? Or?
Partly, but maybe let's see what Verena can add to that. Success factors, but maybe also limitations of organic. Where does it really cannot solve everything?
I always have the scientist's hat on me, and I must say that so a lot of the kind of limitations that I see is that I think we make too often statements with too much certainty about organic agriculture, where I don't think we have that certainty yet. For example, regarding yield stability or the actual resilience of organic farming systems in confront of climate change. This idea of like soil fertility leading to more stable yields is a very nice one in theory, but there's very little actual solid scientific evidence to support that. So I think that is one limitation that we need to just always keep those knowledge gaps in mind. But then I think another limitation in terms of organic agriculture as a way of like transforming the food system towards enhanced sustainability, I think there's two key ones that are, to me, the major obstacles. One is labor. It is organic agriculture is more labor intensive. That is a good thing in some places where there's rural unemployment, but in most places people do not want to work in agriculture anymore. And I did some field work in southern India, and there most of the farmers told me like, no, we don't want our children to work in agriculture anymore. And we have huge issues actually, and this was in Kerala, so quite a highly developed like context with high literacy rates and so on. And so people said, we are having trouble finding enough labor for this very labor-intensive farming approach. So I think that is a very serious thing to consider. And if we often think about all the potential like benefits of organic agriculture, but then these huge challenges in the field of why are so few farmers actually adopting organic, what are the real barriers to it? And I think the labor barrier is one of the major factors there, because labor is expensive in many places in the world. And the other key limitation, just very briefly, is consumer prices. In the past, we have managed to improve food security due to low prices. That was one of the key contributing factors. And organic, certified organic, for sure, is much more expensive, but uncertified organic potentially as well, because it is more labor intensive. So I think that is a big elephant in the room that we need to talk about as well.
Yeah, let's talk about the elephants, and you mentioned some of them. You also mentioned knowledge gaps. Terrible. Let's close them. So we need science, we need research. Urs, what type of research do we need to close these knowledge gaps once and forever?
Ask scientists and you will get about 2,000 responses, because everybody of us has his own research agenda, and in a way it's clear that it's extremely difficult to prioritize research needs. And I won't give an answer because I partly already give one in my presentation. So
priorities, which ones? First, second.
Yeah, because we are in a low input system. For me, plant breeding and making better use of plant genetics is one priority. It's clear, because we don't have so many alternatives to solve that problem. And another research question, but this is more, we already know a lot, is that we must go back to very complex farming systems, because we have completely neglected agricultural complexity of farm systems, but also of farms with all the different businesses, in a way that the development has gone completely wrong, in the wrong direction. And to bring that back, we need a lot of transformation research, which is mainly how to convert these systems back to complex system, while maintaining the income of farmers, to find completely new alternatives. And so there are, such questions are the most important ones for me.
So breeding, complexity research, complex systems, and transformation. I think these are three very good priorities. And I add one which Stefan mentioned earlier, the monitoring part. Are we moving into the right direction? Are we really delivering on these SDGs? I think this should also be on the priority list of scientists, if I may add. Now, I'm sure you have some burning questions, and we will take 3 at a time. Please be precise, short, introduce yourself, and then we see who from the panel can address them. Hands up, who wants to ask a question? I see first one there, a second one here, and the third one here, and then we go for a second round. Please, to the back.
Hi, my name is Michael Wilde. I work for EOSTA. Sorry, 2 points. Firstly, there are studies that show that organic is healthier, and there are studies that show that organic is not healthier. But as far as I know, there are no studies that show that conventional is healthier than organic. Second point, about the yield. We're talking about the yield with our 2019 glasses. We're not looking at the yield in 10, 15 years' time. We are talking about depleting soils. And my question to the panel would be, how can we look at the yield in the future, and in the sense of protecting soils now, and not, for example, using artificial fertilizers that have a lot of other detrimental effects. But let's look at the yield for the future, and not just with our 2019 glasses. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman in the middle.
Yes. Tarsis Munzimana from European Commission, DevCo. I just have one brief question. What about the cost? Because Stefan talked about shifting. This shift, I'm really interested in this one. There is a kind of transition if we want to shift from the conventional to the organic agriculture. So, and my question is, what should be the cost for moving from this conventional to the organic one. Thank you very much.
Thanks. My microphone refuses. And the third question from my colleague from IFA.
Good morning. I'm Bram Oeskaps from IFMU. I have a question about the environmental impact of organic farming or conventional farming per unit output, because often what counts is the impact on the local ecosystem, and then it doesn't matter so much how much output is related to this. It is what is the real absolute impact on the ecosystem and the water courses at that place. So I was wondering to what extent it is sometimes relevant to know the environmental impact per output.
Great, also good question. So we have, I think the first one was more a comment on the healthier. Yields in future, how does that look like? Costs of transition and what is environmental impact on a specific place? Who wants to give it a start? And you don't have to answer all the three questions. If you don't have an answer, better say nothing. Verena, ladies first.
Maybe I'll start with the last one. I think let's imagine a scenario where here in Europe we managed to go 100% organic. We have perfectly healthy agro-ecosystems. We produce healthy food. We have like great biodiversity. That does not help if we don't change our consumption and we still consume the same level that we are doing today, and we're just importing that food from somewhere else, and we're just harming the ecosystem somewhere else. So I think the per unit area is important if we care about our local landscapes, but per unit output is important if we think about more about these problems at a larger scale. And this is particularly relevant for things like climate change, which happen at the global scale, but I would argue also for biodiversity. In the scientific literature, there's this huge debate about land sharing versus land sparing. So this idea that there is this hypothesis that if we have high yielding farming systems, we can set aside more land for nature and we can have more protected areas, for example. It's highly debated, it's highly controversial, and there's no strong evidence whether this is actually happening, whether this actually translates into more land set aside for nature. But in principle, I think even for biodiversity, for variables like that, higher yields means lower area needed to produce the food that we require.
Thank you. So you answered the third question. Leave this first and second to Urs and Stefan. Who wants to take? Urs.
Yes, the cost question is a very important question. But we already have costs for soil fertility losses. We have costs for biodiversity losses. The TEB study really calculates all these costs. We will have much higher costs for offering good quality of drinking water for our consumers. So we will have a lot of costs anyway. And either we can invest it into sound agricultural methods, or we can invest into repairing. And so for me, the question of cost is an important one, but as a society, we have to think about that the other way around. How can we avoid costs we otherwise have to pay in the long run?
Good answer. Yield, I think that's also your domain. Now imagine your one-button next publication in Nature in 2030. What will it say about organic yields? Just imagine.
Yeah. At the moment, because globally the input into agricultural production, especially nitrogen fertilizer and pesticides and herbicides, is still increasing, meaning that the differences in yield between organic and conventional is still growing. But I think from a certain moment on, this also will change again. Because on the one hand, we see that we have much more experienced organic farmer globally who really manage organic farms in a very good way. And you can see that excellent farmers can also manage an organic farm very successfully in terms of productivity and of profitability. So this is really the number of excellent farmers is increasing. And on the other hand, I think that that environmental problems will stop a little bit the yield increase in conventional farming. So I think we will come to an end there, and meaning that in a way, I think in 20 years, the situation won't be completely different, but they will come closer together.
Yield gap will be closing. That's good news. Stefan.
Oh, that's a guess.
That's a guess. A good guess. Stefan, on any of these three questions, you want to add something?
Yes, I wanted to add that a couple of years ago we had a project looking at how we can intensify organic production and outputs, and we looked at that in poultry production and in vegetable production, so-called intensive productions already. And what we noticed is that if we want to produce chicken in less than 100 days, it's detrimental to quality, and eventually competing with other labels like a red label, Label Rouge, what we have in France, which is saying something about the quality. So I think, again, the yield issue is important, but couldn't be the sole driver for the evolution, the dynamics of organic sector and agriculture as a whole. Second point related to the first comment we had. Interestingly, we also had in this project something looking at the relationships between organic and non-organic, let's say a landscape matrix. And interestingly, the presence of organic was a precondition for, let's say, conventional agriculture to still have pollinators, and even with some weeds can be beneficial to the maintenance of conventional agriculture. So if we think about changing the scale of organic agriculture, we also have to think about the combinations between organic and other forms of agriculture, because I don't know nowadays what conventional would be. To me, there are many other forms of organic. Coming back to the transition issue, which was mentioned, what we know for sure is that, first of all, a farmer won't decide one day, well, now I'm going to convert tomorrow. That's something which is a longer process. And the investment we can have to support transitions, I would say, is not only a matter of 2-3 years, as in Europe. That's a longer process because trees, animals, and soil don't react right away in 2-3 years and everything is solved and we in a paradise, in a cloud, and everything is fine. It doesn't work that way. And all of you that really looked at transition processes know that it's not something which can happen in 2-3 years. That's a longer time span, including because we have to base on a long heritage, long experience before. And agriculture didn't start yesterday or one generation ago. So if we think with this time span, and as Urs said, what the potential is to rebuild new systems, not only farming but also food systems, we really have to think in another time frame and space as well. So I think this essential critical question of transitions can be solved in a couple of 2-3 years with external subsidies. That's about knowledge, that's about transformation of biological objects, and about ecologies of organic, I would say.
Thank you, Stefan. We take a second and last round of short questions, and we try to be a bit more gender balanced in this discussion now. I see a lady to the back. I see a second lady here, and also a man can ask a question, please, there. We start from the back.
Thank you. Karin Ulmer from Magdalene's EU Development NGO Network. I'm not sure my question is sharp, but it relates to care economy. So when you talk about transition, about all the multiple benefits, etc., and labor intensivity, there's a lot of dynamics and dimensions in care economy from the feminist research that could perhaps contribute to some of the issues that have been discussed. And I just want to mention a few. I mean, the complexity in terms of the farming, but also management questions and the care that needs to be put into the management and the human capacities to do so, but also risks of pesticide use. We do know about accidents in many African countries by using containers with pesticide in the cooking. So there are other dimensions to that. And then there's also the labor aspect is also something about some more self-determined ways of working or being able to develop and training oneself and thereby improving the lot and the quality of the work. So there are many dimensions. Where and how can those dimensions best be introduced or be contributing to some of the research that is ongoing on the organic sector? Thank you.
A long but important question. Thank you. The lady in the back.
Yes, thank you. I'm Tarja Beckman from the Finnish Farmers Unions and Cooperatives. There has been referred several times here that breeding of new varieties would be very important for the future of organic production. And I was only wondering here that since we have this recent decision of EU Court of Justice which banned practically the new breeding methods as GMO in Europe. I was wondering to myself that what are the organic breeding methods, and are they such that they take a very long time to create new varieties?
Not an unknown question, but an important one. I think, Urs, you will get ready on that. And we have a third question.
Thank you. My name is Paul van Melen from Access Agriculture. We've heard about yield gaps and we've heard about knowledge gaps. Now, one of the speakers also said that experienced farmers have a lot to contribute. The knowledge is not only in the hands of the researchers. So if we want to address this knowledge gap, we want to attract youth into agriculture. Youth are the ones that need knowledge, and we all know that organic agriculture is highly knowledge intensive. So I would like to hear the opinion from the panel as to what type of investments would be required to bring these youth fully on board in a knowledge intensive agriculture. Thank you.
I like this question. I like this question a lot. The care economy, can I give that to you, Verena?
Yes, and I want to make a distinction here between, on the one hand, kind of a little bit what would be desirable, and on the other hand, what is like, unfortunately, kind of like a more kind of realistic view in the context that we're in. So I think most farmers, if you talk to them, they care about the land that they are managing. They want to be good stewards. They want to produce healthy food. And most of them, they are very open to organic principles. And they might subscribe to those ideas as well, especially, I think, in the global south, maybe less so in some global north countries where this kind of conventional paradigm has been taught in agricultural universities for a long time. And so farmers are often have these values of like clean landscapes and no weeds and so on. So they're often more critical or skeptical of organic principles. But I think this is kind of in theory. In practice, the farmers still need to make an income at the end of the day. And I think those type of values often conflict with each other. And so my take on this is that, yes, organic has huge potentials for like incorporating more of these caring principles, both in terms of caring for land, caring for water, caring for ecosystems, as well as caring for labor and caring for providing nutritious food as well. But in practice, given the context, the difficult context, organic farmers are often forced to focus on yield and to focus on profitability, and conventional farmers as well, and therefore might not be open to these organic principles.
And the principle of care is a very important one, I agree. Urs, is organic breeding just too slow? Can't keep speed with CRISPR-Cas?
Of course, it might be that that using the modern technologies like genome editing, that breeders can make faster progress. We haven't yet seen that. What we know from organic breeding is that most of experience we have with wheat breeding and with maize breeding. These are two crops which are in the breeding programs of European organic breeders are relevant and have really a big area where they are grown and where they are selected. And there we see that really looking at the specific interactions we have in organic farming systems, like where we have a completely different mineralization rates, mineralization speed and mineralization time, where we have completely different weed competition, and where we need specific disease tolerances or resistances, that we have quite fast progress still, which can still be made in organic breeding programs. But of course, of the maybe 60, 80 different species which have to be bred for agriculture, not varieties, species, completely different species, we are far away from having an overview of what is possible with organic breeding. But those crops we know, we see that quite a fast progress can be made.
Good to hear. Stefan, how to attract youth, and I think it is very good news that from different studies we see the average age of our organic farmers is lower than of conventional farmers, so it seems to be attractive more for young people. How to foster that and how to invest? That was the question.
Thank you. If I just may add something on the breeding issue. One is, it's not only for crops. This issue is important also for livestock and animals. The good news is that for wheat, for instance, one of my colleagues has been creating, I would say, adapted varieties for wheat production in 8 years, I think, and there are two new ones going to be released. So it's feasible and without a huge investment in that case. I also wanted to remind that breeding has been only one part of the solution. If we have 100 kilograms in addition for wheat production in the past 50 years, half of it is due to technical improvements as well. And just to finish, I think we have to consider more than varieties themselves. I think that's a connection. What we didn't solve, and which is an issue in organic, is the viability of yields. But there are some meta-analysis on that. So back to your question, last question. As I said before, there is really combining this knowledge gap and this performance gap, maybe more than yield gap, is a real issue. And as it was said just now, there is an interest and attraction, I would say, for the youth if they see that they can contribute to this type of agriculture and contribute to change the relationship we have not only with agriculture but with nature and with society. So I think that's really opening huge windows of opportunity for the young generation, and it probably entails thinking about the training. We had a wonderful experience last year with this massive open online course in organic agriculture with many young participants, and that's I think there were 10,000 of them at the beginning, and it was the most international one. And I think now that organic agriculture is a knowledge recognized at international level, it also enables thinking about this international dimension and connecting youth in different countries. And I think they really enjoy that.
Thank you. We don't want to jeopardize your food security with organic discussions. So let's come to an end on this panel. I think we shed some light on this question of Dr. Niere. What can organic agriculture contribute to the SDGs? And the answer is, it's not a silver bullet. It can systemically contribute to various of the goals, but it depends. It depends also on an enabling environment. It needs know-how, it needs breeds, it needs capacity development, investments, which we haven't been able to touch on. So these are the success factors. 30-second last take-home message statement from the panelists. We start with Stefan.
Thank you. My take-home message is about the trust I have in the potential of organic to contribute, as it was shown before, not to only reduce environmental impacts, but maybe to think in terms of environmental integrity, as suggested in the SAFA monitoring system, and think about what are the values we want to push forward in the future. And I think related to SDGs, there is a wonderful opportunity, just let's make it.
Verena.
I have many criticisms often of organic agriculture, and especially of many claims that are made too easily about its benefits. But overall, I still strongly believe that organic agriculture will contribute to a food system that achieves more of the SDGs, and maybe even more by providing innovation spaces for alternative management practices, for alternative ways of doing things, because it is more limited in what it allows. And then using these experiments, using organic systems as experimental units, basically, and impacting the larger food system and the many conventional farmers out there by providing these innovation space and innovative methods.
Urs.
Thanks. I have to remind you that organic farming was codified 30 years ago by the EU Commission in order to adopt it to the European and global market. And maybe we should better think of how to modernize organic farming, because the ideas of organic farming, the essentials, these are the most important one, and they are really okay. This is best agricultural farm practice, what is in the heart of organic farming. In a way, I don't care about all this codifying thing. We should really go to the essence, and that would be extremely important. And I'd like to end with Jules Britty. He said, agroecological farming and organic farming, they make best use of human, social, and nature capital, and that's it about.
Let's digest this essence over lunch. Thank you very much for your active participation and for your patience. I hope you enjoyed the discussion, and we will continue here at 1:45. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. You'll be able to find a light organic lunch just around the right-hand side of the exit. It's been prepared by handmade by a small business here in Brussels, all organic. So I hope you enjoy. Thank you. Hello everyone, please take your seats so we can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Are we all food secure? Are we all full? Welcome to the afternoon session. We have been hearing in the morning about the technical issues and research related to organic agriculture. And in this afternoon session, we are now going to look at policy-related issues. We have 3 presenters. Our first presenter is Adrian Muller. He's a senior scientist at the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture for 10 years now. And he's mainly working on sustainable food systems. The next presenter is Bram Moeskops from IFOAM EU, and he's a research and innovation manager at IFOAM EU since 2012, and he's also coordinating a TP organics platform. The third presenter will be Carolina Starr from FAO. She's an ecologist, and she joined FAO in Rome 4 years ago, and she is responsible for agroecology supporting within FAO. I would like to welcome our presenters and call upon Adrian to give us his presentation on can organic feed the world? That's a very pertinent question.
Okay, thank you for this introduction, Irene. I'm happy to have this first presentation after the lunch break. And for this, I will just shortly start with 2 controversial things. First, I think we do not need to have 50% more production in our food systems, as was said at the beginning of the morning. And the second thing is, I don't think that the yield gap is of any interest. I make it a little bit controversial. Maybe the hope is that it becomes clear after the presentation why I state this. So we don't need that much more production. We don't need to think too much about the yield gap. And what I will present is some results from a global model exercise, which we published a year ago about. And the aim of such global models is not to have a projection or a real assessment of what happens, but the aim is to give an indication of the option space we have for sustainable food systems. And it's a mass flow model, so it's focusing on environmental aspects, agronomic aspects, and not on social aspects. I want to say this also at the beginning. And what we will learn from it is, as said, which options do we have in a sustainable food systems where organic plays a role. And maybe a third preamble I want to emphasize, sometimes this discussion, organic 100% or not, is somehow framed in a way that going 100% organic would be a big change versus something which is sort of similar what we have today. But it is very important, if we want to have sustainable food systems, we have to have drastic changes in any case, whether we do it conventionally or organic or in whatever case. It's not something which is more business as usual versus something which is totally different and organic. It's really, if we want to have sustainable food systems, we have to implement drastic changes in whatever way we achieve it. So the question is, can organic agriculture feed the world? And first I want to look at land use. So we modeled this, and what we modeled is sort of the world in 2050. This is the second bar. This is land use of the food system in 2050 as the FAO projected it in their projections from 2012, not in the ones that were recently released. In those, they have like 5% more land use because they have somewhat lower yields. And what we then did is we just converted this land to organic agriculture, basically producing the same amount of calories, having the same amount of food wastage, and so on. So what happens with 100% organic production globally, so this is now the organic world, we need, and this is the dark blue bar, we need about 30% more land to produce the same amount of calories. And there we don't have any assumptions on yield reductions due to climate change, and we assumed a high yield gap of about 25% yield gap. And the light blue bar, it's less land use, it's a lower yield gap we assumed. And this is, oh, sorry, this was too fast. Oops, this one, yeah. So this is the first fact. If we convert 100% organic, nothing new, we need more land, and it's about 30%, so a third more land. But can organic feed the world? It is not only land use, and this is really an interesting topic. First, it's only one sustainability indicator among many others. And in the model, we had a range of indicators. We had land use, we had deforestation, greenhouse gas emissions. We had a measure or indicator for nitrogen surplus, for phosphorus surplus, for erosion, energy use, water use, and pesticides. And what you see here is the red line, which is this 2050 world business as usual as the FAO projects it. And you have the yellow line, which is the 100% organic world. And you see in the land use it's worse, deforestation, also in the erosion, because this links to land use. We didn't have any data that realistically in organic systems we have less erosion, and we modeled really conservatively. So there are many claims that we have less erosion in organic systems, but we just didn't have any much robust data to model it. So this is conservatively. Interesting, greenhouse gas emissions, they are not higher in organic. So you have more land use, but you have less emissions per area because you don't have the mineral fertilizers and you don't have the mineral fertilizer production and so on. And importantly, the nitrogen surplus is drastically reduced and the pesticide impacts. So this is a more encompassing picture than only land use. So it's performing well on certain indicators, not so well on others. This is what we already heard from different angles, and this is now, as I said, this global modeling angle, which adds sort of a third view to the meta-analysis we heard, or to the case studies that really measure what happens on the ground. So the next important question is, what does feeding the world actually mean in this system? In this system, it means that we have over 9 billion people in 2050. We want to feed them. It means that these people eat about 3,000 calories per capita per day, or they don't eat it, they have a supply on average, global, which is that high. This means that you have to really waste a third of it, otherwise you cannot eat it. So feeding the world in this FAO business as usual projections means that we have a whole lot of food wastage in it. And the third thing is, it means high shares of animal proteins in the diets. And the question, when we want to answer, can organic agriculture feed the world, also implies that we answer, does feeding the world really mean that we have 3,000 calories per capita per day in supply, that we have that high shares of animal protein in diets that are fed with crops from cropland, for example, that we have that high levels of food wastage, about a third. So we added this to the model to see what is the option space if we work on these issues, not only increasing organic, which you see on the horizontal, share organic, but also reducing food competing feed, as we called it, so reducing concentrate feed, reducing feeding forage maize, cereals, and soybeans, and so on to the animals. What happens then? So we reduce this by 50%, by 100%. And how I display the results is as follows. The 0 is sort of the business as usual, 2050, and we have percentage changes indicated afterwards. If the land use, it's still the land use numbers. If they increase more than 5%, it's red. If it's yellow, then it's more or less no change. And if it's less than 5%, it's nicely green. So what happens, now this is sort of an option space of a food system, a global food system, where we have options from 0 to 100% organic and from 0 to 100% concentrate feed reduction. And what we see with this system, we get results that have nicely less land use than the baseline. This is sort of not unexpected, but also in organic systems, that's sort of clear. We can reduce land use if we work on the animal feed part. And now we want to add the third strategy besides organic and concentrate feed reduction, which is wastage reduction. This we modeled by 25 or 50% wastage reduction. The display is the same as before. We have these squares that give you one scenario with the given numbers. And we also have different assumptions on climate change, again, on the horizontal. So we have 0 impact of climate change. This means the yield forecasts as used by the FO. Medium impact of climate change means only 50% of this yield increase. And high impact of climate change means no yield increase from 2012 onwards. And this means no food wastage. And so if we look at sort of a medium result, let's say 25% food wastage reduction, medium climate change impact, so the yields don't increase as much as before. And then again, shares of organic production on the horizontal and shares of food competing feed reduction on the vertical. It looks like this. So in the baseline scenario, land use would increase by 14%. If we go for 100% organic, we would have like a 50% increase in land use. But if we combine it with food competing feed reduction, we can go down to land use reductions with organic agriculture, and with 100% organic, it would be a small increase of 4%. So this is sort of what we want to illustrate with such models when we want to answer the question, can organic agriculture feed the world? It's an option space of options for sustainable food systems with this, in this case, 3 strategies: organic, waste reduction, concentrate feed reduction. And for example, for 80% organic, 100% concentrate feed reduction, 25% food wastage reduction, it's a system that doesn't need more land. And you can do this for all the different combinations. So the more wastage you reduce, the less land you need. And in this, without the climate change, you get really systems that need a third, 20% less land for 100% organic. So this is also possible in such a combination of strategies. And for the climate change, if climate change is really drastically increasing, we have really a problem for land use, even for 0 organic, but clearly also for organic. But these strategies still help. So the top right is a world without any yield increases anymore. And there are some projections that for wheat and so on also think this could happen in the long run. And so this is then the whole option space for land use that you get with such a model, and you can pick a scenario and see how much land use increase you will have. But land use is not everything. So a second thing I want to highlight here is nutrient supply. We already had mentioned it. The key is that in organic systems, not only the products, but also the fertilizer are sort of grown on the areas, and adequate nitrogen supply could become a challenge. As for example, in the Kenya mango case study, the maize yield was much lower in organic than in conventional because there was a nutrient problem. This is sort of the case study for this, example for this aggregate analysis. And so we did display it similarly. Again, this option space, this time it's a really aggregate measure of nitrogen surplus in units of kg per hectare. It's sort of a global average, so it's really a really gross measure. But it indicates whether there is a challenge or not. And again, the coloring is so that around 0 we have light yellow, which is critical. Below we have sort of a nitrogen deficit. Above red we have a surplus, and green we assumed sort of a slight surplus would be an optimal case. And the starting point is at 25. The bluish, optimal bluish, sorry. And again, we pick sort of a middle scenario, medium climate change, food wastage reduction, 25%, and the range from 0 to 100% organic on the horizontal, from 0 to 100% concentrate feed reduction on the vertical. And you see, intermediate, we have an optimal nitrogen supply. If we go for high shares of organic, we can get a critical, or it becomes challenging. It becomes not impossible, but it becomes challenging to have enough nitrogen supply in these systems. So, can organic agriculture feed the world? Land use, nitrogen surplus, but again, we look at the other sustainability indicators. This is the same graphics as before. The red line is the business as usual from the FAO. The blue line is now 100% food competing feed reduction, 50% less food waste and food loss, 0% organic, and the yellow line is 100% food competing feed reduction, 50% less food waste, and 100% organic. So the pattern is the same. Land use with organic is worse than conventional. For other indicators, it's better. But the important thing is, for all indicators, we perform better than the business as usual if we work on these additional strategies on food wastage and animal feed. This was the old graph. So, but ultimately, we are not interested in this dichotomy of conventional versus 100% organic. And what is important is a graphic like this, where we have with a system of, let's say, 60% organic, 50% concentrate feed reduction, 50% wastage reduction, where we have a decent system that performs reasonably sustainable on land use, on nitrogen surplus, and then also on the other indicators. And I think this is sort of the bridging message we also want to do with this model. It's not, we do not have to go to the extremes, but we can highlight what can these different strategies deliver and where we can find sustainable solutions. So there are combinations that give us decent sustainable food systems. Now a short detour. Can organic agriculture feed the world sustainably is the question actually, and how do we measure sustainability? We already discussed this repeatedly. Is it per unit produced, per area, or what I want to focus here on total aggregate actually. And this is sort of the graph that Verena already showed from her paper on a per area. I shortly repeat, the red line is sort of the average conventional performance. If the bar is outside, organic performs better. If it's inside, it performs worse. So on per area, it performs better on several indicators. And as Verena also said, it's the data is much less available for per product performance, but it tends to perform worse on a per product performance. And here I want again to highlight, besides climate change, the impacts are sort of locally important, and it's within ecosystem boundaries, so the per area impacts are the important ones and not the per kg product impacts, I think. And also for the total nitrogen surplus, the impacts are largely within ecosystem boundaries, so area relation is legitimate here. But an answer can also be given on the total. We can look at the total impacts, and for example, for greenhouse gas emissions, if we have such a food system that combines these strategies, we get a total impact of the food system that is lower than the business as usual. And the important here is, in this food system, with no concentrate feed, with less food wastage, we have quite a lot of ruminant animals that emit quite a lot of methane per kg product, but the number of them is so low because we don't have the concentrate feed anymore that in total it performs better than the baseline. And this is important because greenhouse gas emission, again, is only one indicator, and there are other important aspects such as using grassland for feeding animals. So ultimately, we are not interested in the strong focus on the yield gap, but we need a food systems approach that also addresses consumption, because in such a system without concentrate feed, diets and consumption changes. And this first is captured via changes in animal numbers. So if you reduce the concentrate feed by 100%, we have only about 10% of the pigs and chickens anymore. We have a reduction in the ruminants, not that drastically, but they are fed with less quality food, so the yields will go down, and this translates into a change from 38, this is sort of the business as usual, the middle one, again, % share of animal-sourced food in protein in the diets down to 10%. So we will have in this world a dietary change with only a fourth of the animal-sourced food we have in the projections. And this is sort of the consumption side we need to look at when we look at sustainable agricultural production in such an option-space approach. So conclusions from this whole exercise are the following, that it is important to discuss what feeding the world means. It's not only about a decent amount of calories or quantities, but it's about how many animal products do we have in our diets, how do we feed the animals, and about waste. The second thing is, it is important how we measure sustainability per kg, per hectare, or in total. And it's not only land use, it's not only greenhouse gas emissions. We need to have an encompassing view on sustainability. And thus, it's important that the yield gap must not dominate the discussion, I think. If we have these other strategies that reduce the size of the food system, having less animal-sourced food products, less waste, reduces the size of the food system, and this gives the room for less intensive production systems such as organic agriculture. And this is sort of the answer to not only focusing on increasing yields, we can also focus on decreasing demand. And this is really a global average. It's not about all these distributional issues and malnutrition we have and so on. It's the global average picture. And the third one is sustainable production cannot be discussed without addressing consumption and processing, without addressing the whole food system. So this is important, and this is the thing we already heard. Efficiency, consistency, sufficiency is important. It's not only efficiency. But which role can organic agriculture play in this? Framed differently, for example, we have such a curve, and I know it will come a second time this afternoon. So let's say this is how the global agriculture and food system perform, and organic agriculture is sort of in a more sustainable end of it, and it can serve as a role model how to improve the sustainability of the whole food system, so it can grow in itself, but it can also help to make the overall food production better. It can be a role model, and importantly, it's not a panacea, it's not a silver bullet, but it can really give interesting indications on where to go. All clearly accounting for all the challenges it faces regarding, for example, nutrient supply. So 100% organic and feeding the world narratives are not the key aspects of discussions on sustainable agriculture and food systems, I think, but more this bridging that we need to use the good aspects of all the systems we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adrian. We will proceed with the next presentation. Please take note of your questions and keep them until the end of the session, where we will have discussions of all the questions. So the next presentation is from IFOAM by Bram on advancing organic farming through research, development, innovation, and technology transfer. Welcome, Bram.
Good afternoon. Do you hear me this way, or and if I stand, still fine, or okay? If you don't hear me anymore, then give a sign and I will come closer to the microphone. But it's a bit, if I have to stand the whole time this way, it's a bit. Okay, so I'm Bram Moeskops, Senior Scientific Coordinator at TP Organics, and TP Organics is a European technology platform for organic food and farming. We unite researchers, we unite different actors in the supply chain, farmers, processors, retailers, consumers, to discuss together the research needs of the organic sector in Europe, but also in the global south. What research do we need to develop organic food and farming? We've already heard a lot of suggestions today, and I will try to summarize some of the things that have been discussed today in my presentation. So this slide looks familiar. We already had it a couple of times today. We need to transform a food and agriculture system if we want to achieve the SDGs. That's quite clear, and organic has an important role to play in this. Organic offers an innovation space, offers a space to try out new things, and inspire this transformation to sustainable development. The yield gap then. So that always comes back. Okay, organic farming. It's all good and nice. It produces a lot of benefits, public benefits. But what about this yield gap? It produces less food than the conventional farming. So two additional remarks to what already has been said. This is often true in developed countries. The graph above, where we see this yield gap in high performing and where the conditions, farming conditions are very well, where soil quality is very high, there is this yield gap. But where we again have to see, is this a real yield gap, or at what cost does this high yield come, and should we not define an ecologically sustainable maximum yield that does not have all these drawbacks, all these negative impacts? And if we consider actually the more sustainable yield, then this yield gap is much lower. The true yield gap is much lower, and with the right research investment and with the right developments, we can further decrease this yield gap. That's the picture in developed countries. If you're looking at the developing countries, the picture is often the reverse. There we often see also results of what presented this morning. We see that the yield gap is actually the opposite. That if we invest in organic methods and if we empower organic farmers to adopt organic practices, then the yield gap, there is actually a higher yield in the organic systems than in the no conventional traditional systems. So if we want to feed the world, then we in the first place need to invest in this more subsistence agriculture, because this is the areas, this is the regions where people get their food, and it's not in trying to incrementally increase the production in high producing areas that produce commodities, because it's not there where people get their food from. Where people get their food from is exactly in the more small-scale local food systems, and often based on subsistence agriculture. So feeding in the world in the first place means investing in these subsistence agriculture systems. This slide gives an overview of the state of play of the organic sector, and you see there are many red boxes. So we can be rather proud in Europe. There is a high research investment, and organic farming is performing moderately well. It's growing also a lot, but in other areas of the world, Africa, Asia, Latin America, there is a huge deficit. So there is a very important role to play for research to develop the organic sector in these areas. With TP Organics, we have built a vision on how such a research program for the organic sector could look like. And it's based on 3 narratives and 3 research areas. The first narrative is efficiency, then consistency and sufficiency. The 3 research areas are diversified farming systems, so that's the more farming research, agronomic research. Secondly, the redesign of food and agriculture policy, so it's more linked with policy research, and then research on the overall food system, also including the processing in the retail sector. So efficiency means, simply put, producing more with less. It's the mainstream narrative. It's a lot of research programs funded by the European Commission, but also by international donors. Is all about, we have a certain area available, a certain input available, and we want to get more out of it. And of course, this is an important element. There is certainly more, there are some gains to be done with, for example, precision technology, or using robotics, or using all kinds of drones. We can, for example, get more out of the land. But this is not the only thing. We also need to think of the boundaries of the ecosystems in which the farming takes place. So this is what a consistency narrative is about. Our farming systems need to be consistent with the local ecosystem, with the carrying capacity, but also respecting, for example, the cultural habits of a certain area where your farming system is being developed. And our last narrative is the sufficiency narrative, because we can invest a lot in research, in a lot of developing farming methods and improving yields, improving stability of yields, but we also need to think at the consumption side and address our demand. This is exactly what Adrian Müller explained just before me. We need to think about the food we waste, we need to think about the animal products we consume, and we need to understand what level is enough. This is the sufficiency narrative. So when it comes to research areas, the first research area that we defined is diversified farming systems based on ecological approaches. And this picture that I took from the IPES study is clearly showing that this is something else than going back to subsistence agriculture. This is not saying industrial agriculture is bad and we need to go back to how it was in the old days. Everything in earlier times it was better. This is not what this diversified farming system is about. This is about a new approach, a new paradigm to farming, more diversified plots, land plots, more intercropping, but also using new technologies. Mechanization is an important element, but also, for example, mentioned already, use of digital technologies. So what kind of research is needed to come to these diversified farming systems? I already mentioned the design of new cropping systems and crop rotations. Also a much better understanding of soil fertility, how soil fertility can be built up, and what tillage systems are needed for this. Cultivars and breeds was already mentioned today, but also good biocontrol methods, good technologies, products, practices to suppress weeds. In the livestock sector, we need very new approaches to control parasite pressure and control diseases. Then in redesign of food and agriculture policies, so we know, of course, in Europe we have the common agriculture policy. IPES Food has made a proposal for a common food policy, but it's not something we only need in Europe. We also need this in other countries in the global south, where we can, for example, see how certain subsidies for pesticides or certain subsidies for fertilizer contradict with other policies that try to promote more organic or sustainable practices. So I think it's I think all countries in all the world should consider which ones are the better policy mixes to achieve sustainable food systems. One part of this is internalization of external costs. So how can we calculate the real value of the food, including the external costs? For example, the cost linked to water demand or the carbon emissions associated with the food production. And linked to that also, how can we reward farmers that produce these public goods? So we spoke about productivity and profitability this morning, and we've seen that organic farmers produce a lot of public goods, but they don't get any profit for this. They deliver this for free to the society. And if we can find a way to reward these farmers for these goods, then I think the picture of profitability of organic farming would look completely different. Then a last thing in this area is also what is the best way to communicate all these benefits of organic farming to policymakers and consumers. Final element on food and agriculture policies is, of course, also using the right indicators. Policy is based on a limited number of indicators, yield per hectare or GDP growth, and this drives all the policies. And the impact of policies is evaluated. So if we want to achieve sustainable development, if we want to go to sustainable food systems, we need to change the indicators on which our policies are based. And the SAFA guidelines, they provide an example of how food systems can be evaluated in a better way. Then we go to sustainable food systems for sustainable consumption. This is connecting all the work which is going on in the retail chain, in the supply chain, with the consumers. One important element there is consumer trust. It was already mentioned today that in middle class in India, China are really looking for organic products because out of concerns of the food safety and the pesticides, and instead of then developing or producing organic milk in Denmark and exporting this to China, perhaps we can find better ways to connect these consumers with local producers in their respective countries and build consumer trust within these countries. Reduction of food waste is of course important. Also sustainable packaging material, also in tropical conditions where conditions are more humid, more wet, where food expires much quicker often than in temperate conditions. We need good packaging material, again, to reduce food waste and to protect the quality of the food. Then also on the processing technologies, a lot of research is invested in processing technologies here in Europe, but we also need good technologies for tropical products. For example, of the solar drying of fruits is one example. Then, of course, when it comes to all this research, it is not enough to do all this research and then write it down in a good book or present it in conferences like today, but we also need to make sure that this is delivered, presented to the farmers. Face-to-face exchange is still the best, works the best. And I think all research projects should have an element of this in their work. But increasingly, we're also looking at online exchange, for example, through videos or to other platforms. I've listed here a few logos of platforms that deliver such things without asking their permission. So I hope if there are people present working for these organizations, they are fine with this. I want to mention organic farm knowledge because that's a platform that we have developed ourselves together with Feeble. It's currently more for Europe, but there are other platforms like Panorama and Access Agriculture that are also working for the Global South. So final slide then, what strategies do we need for all this research and innovation? So first of all, we need to have research methods that are appropriate for organic farming systems, so specifically to develop the organic sector and not, let's say, transferring research results that were done in conventional conditions, because this is often an argument that we hear when we go to the European Commission and explain why it's important to invest in organic research. They say, yes, but this research, it's also interesting for organic, it's no problem, you can just implement it, but we often see that it's not the case. So we do need research that is really focused on organic systems. We need a renewed or a good partnership between the scientists and the farmers. Farmers need to be involved from the beginning in the research activities, so we make sure that the research that is actually conducted makes sense to the farmers and that addresses their needs. And if this is the case, then farmers will also be much more likely to adopt the results in the end, and they will feel ownership of the results. Final comment then is that we need to integrate different levels of innovation. Technological innovation is the much best known. It's also most on the agendas, but it's not all about using new technology. It's also know-how, innovation, better understanding ecological processes on the farm, and helping the farmer to make use and understand what's happening on the farm and interact in the right way. It's also on social and organizational dimensions, so how supply chains are set up, how consumers can pay for the public goods provided by the farmers. So it's different levels of innovation. The budget, of course, we need for all this. We need budget. Currently, there's less than 1% of the budget for food and farming research is spent on organic. So it's very clear that there's a lack of funding for basic and applied research for organic farming, and this hinders the development of innovation. So it's very nice today to speak about all what we need and how organic is performing very well. But if we want to continue with this and we want to see the organic to continue and to develop, then we need also the budget for this. And that's why with TP Organics we produce every more or less 5 years research agendas where we summarize for the policymakers the research needs. That's a bit of a handbook for them that they can use as inspiration for their programs. And the next research agenda that we will publish will be at the end of this year. So if you have good ideas to put in our research agenda, you're still very welcome to come to me, and we can see how this can be included. Or you can also contact Miguel or Karin. Karin is sitting in the back. They are two authors that are coordinating the drafting process. So you're very welcome to contribute and contact one of us. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bram, for the very precise presentation. We will have our final presentation of the session by Carolina from FAO on scaling up agroecology.
So can I put this here so we can... Okay, so hello everyone. So now we are changing just a little bit the terminology maybe. I'm presenting what FAO is doing on agroecology. As you could see in the first presentation in the morning today, we have a lot of synergies, and most of our activities, agroecology and organic agriculture, goes together. And it's really important that you can focus and find synergies on that. And I will present as a very policy process and why I feel is working on agroecology and why we decide to do that, and what our next steps and why you are seeing we're envisaging the future together with partners and with different bodies that we have here and colleagues. So just, I'm having just some problems to pass. So I feel we start to work on agroecology in 2014. This was a result of the international, not a result, but a consequence, better, from the International Year of Family Farming. Agroecology and family farming, they come close. They are always together. And normally, when you talk about agroecology, we are focused on smallholders, family farmers, and a small-scale production. We don't see agroecology going like really large scale at this first moment, maybe in the future. We can do it, but now in the beginning, we really try to focus and address family farmers' needs. If we start to conduct a global dialogue. So we had the International Symposium in 2014. We put together different players, different stakeholders. And from there, we start to go at regional level. We had several meetings, I think 9 in the end of the process. I have the numbers here. I cannot read. But we have Latin America, Africa, Asia, and on. And we are trying to collect and understand the needs and what the farmers were asking for and what the country's limitations and requests. So together with all this information, we decided to have a second international symposium last year. And from there, we had some, let's say, follow-ups and stop the dialogue and all this discussion, which was really important for 4 years because we could really gather a lot of information. And then from there, we start to have like a more clear work plan. And this work plan, we launched a knowledge hub, which is a very nice website that we can find a lot of very nice information. On this website, you can find the 10 elements on agroecology. The framework FAO developed with all the partners that you had during these 4 years to try to create a kind of guidance for countries to understand what is agroecology. Because in some cases, you don't have a clear definition on agroecology, but you have like a framework, because you need to go local and you need to understand different needs. Maybe what you call agroecology in France is not the same you call in Italy, and if you go to El Salvador, it will be different. So we try to put everything under a framework and understand what needs to be addressed during this process. So in the Agroecology Knowledge Hub, you have this information you can find there. Also, you have a very nice database, and we are talking about data and knowledge since the beginning of our morning. And in this database is interesting because you can find different kinds of information there. So I suggest you to take 5 minutes of your day tomorrow maybe to just take a look what I have there, because we have a lot of material also from developing countries and tropical countries, because this was mentioned in the morning that was a gap, that you don't have so much knowledge from these countries. But we do, maybe in a different shape, maybe from a more farmer's perspective, but there is a lot of very interesting case studies and information, especially related to climate change there. The second very important steps that you are taking together with many partners is to collect data and try to create global indicators of performance. Again, since the morning, we're discussing a lot how we measure the efficiency of the systems. So yields is not the best way to evaluate if the system is working or not. So how we can have very good and global indicators to see this system is more sustainable than that. So we have a global knowledge product. We are working together with many, many people, civil society, farmers' organizations, universities, FAO, some countries. So we have a very diverse group together. And now we are starting next month the first test to see if the indicators we are developing now works and how they work and what kind of change we need to do. And the idea, of course, is to share with colleagues and then start to improve the indicators. So this, again, we don't go just on the one aspect of the agriculture system. We are trying to look to the food system and understand social indicators, environmental indicators, and economic indicators. So it's a really food system approach. And then maybe we can identify the advantages of organic agriculture or agroecology, because they can be used for different systems. So this is a really interesting system, and more information will be available very soon on the website. Another result that you could come is like the recommendations, what is needed from different perspectives, from the different stakeholders. This is a very important publication that you launched in last April. And here we have the results from all the regional symposiums that you have. And we have a kind of work plan. So what is needed at different regions? And again, we have for Europe, you have for Latin America, you have for Africa, you have for Asia and Pacific. And then you can understand that some points are very similar for everybody, like bring the farmers at the center of the process again, how we can give voice to them, and how we can first try to listen to farmers, then listen to the research or to the academia, and how we can do this. This came really strong from all the symposiums, all the workshops or the meetings we conduct. And this is still a gap that we don't know very well how to do. How to bring knowledge, different knowledge in a horizontal way. Normally we tend to have this, let's do research and you organize something and you go to the field and collect data and come back. We need to really try to understand that the farmers, they have a very important knowledge to help us, and they need to be involved since the beginning on the research design of how we collect data and how we analyze data. And it was a very, very nice process that we could understand. Other problem that we could understand is a global problem is the markets and how you connect farmers to markets. And again, not just for organic, but for agroecology and for other fair system that you can, even fair trade. If you don't find ways to give farmers access to good markets, we can have amazing production, you can have organic, you can have agroecology, whatever, sustainable there, but they don't go into the cities and they don't have the right consumers. So how we can develop policies on that aspect is still a very, very, very big gap that we have. And when you keep focused just on the farm aspect that we normally focus on, the farm aspect, we don't see all the other steps that are creating a lot of limitation to the farm systems and for farmers. So just we came to a policy recommendation. We need to see the production, of course, the needs that you need, maybe increase food, maybe not. We have some discussion that you have later, that I think they are very important. But also how we make sure that the food that we're producing, they are going to the right place. How do we make sure that also the commercialization of this process is fair enough? And this is just to bring the 10 elements on agroecology. You can see that you have the 5 elements you have in the middle. I don't have a pointer to show. They are more related to the farm aspect, so the production per se. I do have one pointer. I don't know if I can. I can't. Oh, it's okay. And then we have some, let's say, the social aspects. So we have the human values and the cultural and food tradition that brings together the process and together with co-creation of knowledge. So this is the core of the agroecology framework. And of course, you have the 2 we call enablers environment. So the policy aspect, so the governance, and the economy, the market aspect. So this is a very nice framework to bring environmental aspects, economic aspects, and social aspects together. So this is more or less how FAO is dealing with agroecology and our steps. One really important thing that FAO does not want to own agroecology. We are not developing this. We are just trying to support and catalyze what's going on. That's why we don't have a definition on agroecology. We have a framework to try to define the process. And that's why we had all this very long very long regional and global consultation process to really collect data from what's happening. And then you had a very important milestone after 4 years of discussion, that was the 2nd International Symposium last April, so almost 1 year ago. And this was a really, really important and massive meeting. We could spread agroecology worldwide, and we had articles, we have social media. We have we really create a very nice momentum for this agenda. And people start to talk about it, and you have a lot of countries coming and supporting the process. And we developed 3 very interesting results. One is the policy mapping, what I'm doing here that I'm not moving. And this was the first mapping on agroecology policy that you develop, and I think it's the only one that you have so far. So these are the countries with policies that or are promoting directly agroecology or are supporting agroecology to develop. And if you see the map, we don't have many countries doing this. And it's still, when you check the database and all the information we have on agroecology is amazing, because in many countries you don't have policies and you have nothing, and agroecology is there and is working. So even without any kind of support, in many cases you have amazing results and amazing production and even commercialization and systems on agroecology. So imagine if you put some policies on that. So this is a topic. If without nothing, they are working. If you add some policy, they can really become amazing. So this is one of the interesting results. The second is just to understand that agroecology is not something new. It's something that comes through time and history and from different stakeholders. So the first definition is really old, almost 100 years, we can say. And it was from academia, so it was a very scientific approach. But then we start to have social movement coming and private sector coming. So this is kind of an overview how agroecology is changing through time, and also how different stakeholders perceive it. And the last one is the relationship with the SDGs. And this, I think this is a question that you are discussing since the morning. So how agroecology or organic agriculture can contribute to the SDGs implementation. And this is the mapping that we did, and we discussed this with some countries, and we discussed this with some stakeholders as well. And it's really interesting because, again, agroecology, because we have this very systemic approach, and you go to the whole food system, and you try to tackle social, environmental, economic aspects, in the end of the day, we can really support the implementation of many SDGs. And now we are doing a second stage during the development of the agroecology knowledge product. So to measure the indicators, so we are going one level further to see, like inside each of them, how the indicators can be changed and measured at national level with agroecology. And this is amazing because it's really an integrated process, bring a lot of benefits to countries. One of the most important results of the second international symposium was the Scaling Up Agroecology Initiative. So during the symposium, we discussed with some partners and other UN agents that we should try to have a scaling up initiative. Again, if you remember the map with the policies, we don't have a lot of countries with policy. And even though we have amazing results on agroecology, so how we can bring like the local, very good, successful case we have in a small village, become something at regional level, at national level, so make this grow. And this is the idea of the Scaling Up initiative, to map what's happening and try to find ways to support what's really working at very local level. So we are bringing together many partners, and we define 3 main areas of work. So our areas of work is knowledge and innovation, policy process, and partnership. And I lost one slide, but it's okay. So now we have a kind of work plan for this, for each of these areas of work that I don't know what I did with the slides. But now we have some activities for this year, 2019, until the end of the year, with some UN agents, WFP and IFAD. So we are mapping projects together and see how we are working on the same areas, on the same topics, and how we can strengthen our connections at national and local level. So we are really trying to understand at country level what is going on and how we can find synergies to support the local initiative. On the policy process, we are receiving some requests from countries to help them on the policy process. So how they can change, address, or adjust the legislations and legal framework, let's call like a broader terminology, to support better agroecological process. And then we have a list of countries, and you will find ways to support through our partnerships. We have NGOs coming together, we have farmers' organizations coming together. But it's really interesting to see that many countries, they are now understanding the benefits that agroecology can deliver to them, how agroecology can help them to implement the SDGs, and how we can move together. And the connections is more about networking. And at that aspect, we are trying to establish partnership, and this is one of the reasons I'm here, to bring new partners to this process, who we can engage with, so FIBI, IFOAN, Commission, so who can come together and try to help us in implement and really give one step further to this important change in the food systems. And this is moving quite well. Remember that global organizations, we are really heavy to move, but we are moving in our time. And we have 3 important partners. I mentioned them during my slide before. So the UN agents, we believe that they are really important. The countries, we need to have country requests. We don't start to work in a country without a country request, of course. But more than that, we need to have them engaged in the process. And the non-state actors, which here is really important to engage. So it's farmers' organizations, universities, networks, and other kind of partners that you can imagine. Also private sector, we need to bring them. And this is still a challenge, and I don't know what's happening with my slides. But also private sector is a really important partner that we still, let's say, struggling on how we can bring them to the agenda. And normally we tend to see them with a different vision, and I think this is wrong. So we need to find ways to work better and how we can, especially when you have farmers' organizations and private sector, we really need to find common ways to move forward. And also this can be a very good question for debate when we start the debate, how we understand the limitations from each stakeholders. This is a process. And really now what we are doing is moving from dialogue to action. So we are trying to keep a very close dialogue with partners. FAO has a very strategic position to do that. We are a global organization. We have offices in many countries, almost all countries, I could say. We can bring together different partners to the debate, and we can really act as a neutral space for that. So we need to keep using FAO for that kind of discussion, even at the policy level, the political level, and the more technical level. We can really be the catalyzer for this. We are really moving forward with our agroecology knowledge product, so we are finalizing the criteria and the indicators of performance, and we are starting the field tests, and now, really now, in the next month, we are going to the field to understand if they give us the results you are expecting and how they perform, and the field, the first test is always a challenge. We are moving from the global actions to regional and national actions, and this is really important because, again, we are receiving countries' requests to move on agroecology, and we are developing projects on that, and we have different ways to develop this, but now many countries are requesting to include some activities on the GEF projects that were the Global Environmental Facility projects, were big fund for environmental projects in many countries. Now we are bringing some elements on food system and food sustainability under GEF projects. Probably during GEF 7, we have more than 10 countries with activities on agroecology coordinated by FAO, and this is really amazing. Implementing the scaling up agroecology that I mentioned, and support the implementation of the Decade of Family Farming. And this, again, is really important. We have the UN system, and we are part of them. And starting this year until 2028, we have the Decade of Family Farming. And agroecology and family farming, they are really, really connected. So we are supporting the implementation, and we are trying to really feed them with technical support, with content, and with everything that agroecology can deliver to support the family farming. So we are discussing since the beginning, because the Decade has a lot of layers of implementation, but we are there and we are following up very close this process, and we hope the scaling up initiative and the Decade can go hand in hand during this UN process to move forward both topics together, so family farm and agroecology. And that's it. My presentation is done. I lost one slide, but it's part of the process.
I would like to thank the three presenters for keeping on time. We have saved some time, and we can have a question and answer session for about 10 to 15 minutes. So those who have questions, please introduce yourself very briefly before asking the question. And also indicate to which of the presenters your question is directed. Thank you. Yes?
Thank you. Ulrich Schmutz, Coventry University, Center for Agroecology. I have a question for Adrian. Thank you very much for this presentation. I totally agree. Organic can feed the world. That's actually quite an easy thing to do. The more interesting question may be, how long can the world be fed non-organically? But actually, since you are a scientist, I want to ask you a more challenging question. Organic farming in general had always about 20% of its land use towards energy. It was horses back then, and today it may be other things. So the question is, if organic farming takes up this challenge, for example, producing fuel for kerosene for aeroplanes, because it's unlikely they will ever be powered by electricity. So how would that look? And also the second related question is, you mentioned about nitrogen. So if there is a large proportion of energy crops or other forms, it could be wood as well, within an organic rotation, is that also an entry for urine and human manure, which is a part of the end question, which you haven't tackled? So those two aspects I would be interested in. Thanks for the presentation again.
We'll take 2 more questions before the responses. Yes.
Thank you. Stuart Agnew, a member of the European Parliament and a farmer. I'm ashamed to say that I've had 50 years of experience observing organic farming in my part of the east of England. And there's been a success story, but there's also been a failure. The success stories with farmers who convert from beef and dairy to organic beef and dairy. That does appear to be sustainable. They're able to keep going, they make a profit, and you can meet somebody 20 years later and he's still doing it. The other side of the coin are the arable crops, the combinable crops, the cereals, etc. Here, arable farmers who go into organic farming really do struggle, and eventually they pack it up because the crops are overwhelmed with weeds or fungus, etc. The big difference between the two is that if you have animals and they get sick, you are allowed to resort to non-organic remedies. The vet says, for welfare reasons, you must use this. And so you do, and your animal recovers. If your plant is sick, you can't do that. Now, one way perhaps of addressing this imbalance and to help encourage the arable sector is to allow these new plant breeding methods to be used in organic farming. And I'm talking about genetic modification and gene editing. Is there really a good reason not to use these methods when organic farmers are happy to use seeds that are bred from radiated seeds which cause random mutations? The other question I want to ask you is, the younger generation are now finding it fashionable to become vegan or vegetarian. Most organic farming relies on a balance of livestock and arable crops to make the whole thing work. Do you think the younger generation needs some education if they want organic farming to succeed? Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, let's have a gender balance first.
Yes, thank you very much for that. And it's exactly on gender as well. Microphone, please. Can you hear me? Yeah, good. My name is Esse Nilsson, and I'm a policy advisor at SIDA in Stockholm on agriculture and food security. Thank you very much for all the presentations today. My question is really about how do we address gender in organic farming? We've heard some comments on it, but I would really like to know more about it, because I think there are gender implications in conventional farming as well as in organic farming, and particularly so perhaps in the global south as well. Some comments on that. And then I'm also curious to know why water has not been so much researched in connection to organic farming. I spent the last 6 years working on water resources in the Middle East, North Africa. Well, if you have no water, you have no agriculture. So I'm just curious to know why water is not more of a topic in organic farming, or not so well researched. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that your questions are cross-cutting and the three presenters can ask. Okay.
Okay. Yes, first the question on the bioenergy. This is exactly a topic I want to really address this year. Actually, I just started a master student looking at this and trying to put it in our model, because in the context of the climate change projections on how to reach the 1.5 degree goal, there is bioenergy with carbon capture and storage is sort of the big thing to solve it. And I assume that this doesn't work with sustainable agriculture, where you basically don't have any mineral fertilizers. So I think there is a big mismatch between these energy projections and the attempts to make, to achieve a sustainable food system. And I think there we need information on how big this mismatch is and what this means for policy making, because there needs to be more dialogue between these two systems. So I think bioenergy in sustainable agricultural production is basically a huge challenge. Biogas works, forestry, yes, but this energy crops, I think, is really difficult, and we need to know more about it. But definitely we need to recycle urine and human manure and so on. So I think we need to work on these closed cycles also for phosphorus and so on. So this is really important. Then the question on the genetics, this one I really answer as an individual and not as a scientist. I think one reason is communication. Or as a scientist, my arguments would be, one is I don't know anything about these practices, but one thing I would look at is what is known about them, and is there some indication that the precautionary principle should be applied. This would be one argument against. And the second thing where I think it's important that it's communication, because organic stands for GMO-free production, and I think for the consumer this is it cannot be separated on a communication basis. So this is my individual view on it. And the vegan-vegetarian thing, this is crucial, I think, and we also try to, I did some studies on vegan crop rotations without animals, and this is in organic, it's really difficult, and it doesn't really fit well together, and one has to address it. And I think also there, those that go vegan or vegetarian, we don't need to have 100% vegan world. This wouldn't work, but we can have, with less animal-sourced food and so on, there is a decent space for being vegan also in such a production system and still having animals on the organic farms. But having no animals on the farms, this is a challenge, which makes it more difficult than if you have it, or if you can use the manure and so on, and if you can use the fodder crops in the crop rotations to really make something valuable and not only compost and so on. Yes, I stop here.
I can add something on the vegan and vegetarian discussion. I think your figures indeed show that animals will still be needed on the farm, but your figures also show that there is a drastic reduction needed of animal products. So in this respect, I think a movement for veganism or vegetarianism can inspire, just as organic inspires conventional farmers, vegetarians can inspire others to eat less meat. And then, if in the end, then we go perhaps in one day to this this wonderful picture that you showed, and where we reduce meat, there will be still enough space for people not eating meat and being vegetarian or vegan, and then others can still have the quality meat that will be produced from these systems.
I can mention something about gender. Of course, you'll be more on the agroecological perspective, not the organic per se. But most of the policies on agroecology that you have around the world, they have some gender components. They are gender sensitive. So from different aspects, either we can have credit lines for women, or you can have specific extension systems for them, or projects. But they need to be addressed at the policy level always. We are 50% of the process. So if you don't have tailored policies that we take into consideration the difference between men and women, we don't have agroecology, for sure. So most of it, this is one of the basic principles, is like the equality between, like, it's about fair systems. If you cannot have like a fair system if you don't have gender equality. So they come on from the beginning, and normally this is a discussion that you have since the starting process, either from a project perspective or a policy perspective, or any kind of activity that you develop on gender. We have gender as one of the hubs to address the process.
I will also comment on the gender. I will take the advantage of being here. Regarding the Global South, in our studies, for example, we found that women tended to be more consistent in practicing organic, and we don't know yet, we have not analyzed the data fully, but we don't know yet whether it is because they have less resources to purchase other inputs, or whether they are really interested and keenly interested in pursuing organic. But we find that organic could play quite a good role in improving the livelihoods of women and their families.
And maybe on the water issue, I don't know why there is not much research on it. It's also not my expertise, but I think it becomes more important with the climate change, and one should do more research on it. And in our modeling, for example, it became an issue when we looked at off-season legume crops to improve this nitrogen supply, where we just didn't have any data, and where one challenge is to know how much irrigation would be needed to really do this in the south and so on. And so we decided not to model it, and to sort of conservatively have less nitrogen fixation than one could have, just because we don't know what would be needed in water demand for these crops and so on. And yeah, I think that we need to know more how organic performs, especially in context of drought, in climate change and so on.
I would like to make one more comment on the in arable systems. The person in the back, the MEP, mentioned that lots of farmers stop doing arable farming because it's not productive enough, or the yields are not enough. I think what we have seen, for example, in the project Okenet Arable that we've been coordinating with IFMU, is that it really takes another approach. If farmers, conventional farmers, just convert to organic and then stop using the products they used before, but then the system is still the same, and they use the same crop rotation or the same monocultures, then of course it will not work. So if farmers convert to organic, they also need to be supported by advisory services to change their system and to adopt their crop rotations, and to find ways that can suppress, to find crop rotations that can suppress the weeds.
We can take one more burning question if there is one. Okay, these two. No, yourself here and.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Björn Niere, German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. I have a question concerning the indicators, and my question is addressed to Carolina Starr. You mentioned that you are developing indicators for agroecology, and I'm wondering if our framework is the Agenda 2030 and we have identified the Sustainable Development Goals. Why don't you use those indicators? And what are the agroecology indicators, or what's the difference to the SDG indicators?
We'll take the question from the gentleman from Uganda.
Thank you very much. I want first to thank the FIBL for inviting the Uganda Embassy and take part in this discussion over research findings. My name is Katungwe. I am the Deputy Head of Mission, Brussels, representing Uganda. So, of course, I come from Uganda. Uganda is a very agricultural country. We produce a lot of food and keep animals. And the researcher, you were right to have chosen coffee for Uganda. But what I see today, as I have mentioned, we produce a lot of food like banana, potatoes, cabbage, beans, mangoes, onions, etc., etc. But when I look around, apart from the soil, which is so good that we don't apply manure in most cases, except when a plant is sick or it looks weak, there you can use animal manure as fertilizer to give it strength. But otherwise, we grow all these I have mentioned, plus others, without much manure. But of recent, I don't know whether it is because of climate change, nearly every plant that grows in one way or another, it needs to be sprayed with a chemical because there isn't much manure, things which we can use to spray the plants. Now, organizers, my question is, I want to believe that whatever is produced today, not in Uganda only, as I have mentioned that it is sprayed, isn't it less 100% organic? So I think to me you still have a lot of work to do to determine the percentage of organic in a food produce. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It off. Hello? Yeah. Is it true or false that agriculture food is now produced is less than 100% organic?
I think the last question maybe is touching on the extent to which we can be confident of the organic products that are available. I think in summary, that's my understanding. I hope I get it correct. So I give the floor to the presenters to respond.
So we are using the SDGs framework. So for the ones that you have read have the agreed indicators, you are coming from there. But what we're trying to do is collecting the indicators that you can use based on the SDGs, and in case that you have some gap, that you don't have a clear indicator under the SDG that you would like also to analyze, we are adding additional one. So for the case we have SDGs indicator and they are clear and they're answering what we were asking, we are using them. So that's why I say that in the beginning, in 2018, we did the first map on the SDGs I present, so all the indicators that you could have, and now we are going one step down and we are trying to understand how agroecology is addressing that. So the framework we are developing is directly linked to the indicators. In the cases, we have them. Some cases we identify that you don't have an SDG indicator for some issues that you are trying to measure, like how you're addressing traditional knowledge in a horizontal way with scientific knowledge, for instance. So this you don't have a clear SDG indicator, so we are adding this on the top of in the case we have the SDGs clear. So it's linked. We are trying to complement and not create a parallel process and add another level. So in many cases, we will be able using some SDGs indicator to have like a piece of our analysis. So we don't have all the analysis, but with just the SDGs indicator, we'll be able to understand what's happening using our framework on the top of the SDGs. So yes, they are talking to each other.
So if I understood the question correctly, it was how can we be confident that a certain product is really organic, right? That's right. How I understood. Okay. There are rules, there are regulations explaining what organic farming is and what is not, and what is allowed and what is not allowed. And these are first divided on a general level and then by each country, or by, in the case of the European Union, at the EU level, explained in detail what this means and what this does not mean. And of course, then it's up to certification bodies in each country to control the practices of the farm, and that certification body has get the authority of the country to control this and to put in the end a stamp on it, yes or no, this is complying with the organic practices. So I don't know in detail how this is organized in each country, but in every country such a system is in place, and there are certification bodies responsible for controlling whether a certain product is being produced according to organic regulations or not.
Good. Let me take the opportunity again to thank the three presenters and also the audience for the discussions. I would like to hand over to Miguel for the next sessions. Thank you.
For the next section, we will have again another interesting coffee session with organic coffee outside the room, so please enjoy. We will start again at 15:35. We have 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please take your seats again so that we can start with the next panel discussion. Okay, thank you, everyone. Would now like to start the final session for the afternoon. Okay, thank you, everyone. So we'll get started now on the final policy panel session for the afternoon. And I'll hand you over to Gulbe Bula from FIBUL, who will be our moderator. And please note that if you need translation from German during this session and the final session, that will be available on your headsets at your desks.
Thank you, Nicola. Hello, everybody. I hope everyone is a little bit more charged up with some dose of caffeine. I welcome you to this session. And since morning, we had most of the time we were hearing for the scientific evidence, mostly in favor of organic or how it performs in comparison to conventional. There were some very interesting and some not so interesting graphs, figures, and then we were listening to the how we could upscale agroecology and organic farming in developing and countries in South. Now is the time to change the desks, and we hear what policy people have to share with the scientists. So this is going to be, I hope, an exciting session for every one of us. On the panel with us are Ms. Maja Heubuch, member of European Parliament from Germany. She is herself a farmer. She has a dairy farm, and she is a strong advocate of family farming and agroecology. So I will, later on, she will introduce herself, on what are her views and what she thinks about agroecology. Then we have Willem Olthoff from DG DevCo. We have heard him this morning, his viewpoints. Then we have Carolina, who was speaking just half an hour ago, and Frank Ihorn. He was chairing the session earlier. He's from IFOAM. Because Frank and Maria, they were not able to give their own input until now, so I would like to give them a few minutes to give their input. Frank has some slides, and Maria probably would like to introduce herself verbally without slides. So I start with Maria now, and then Frank will give his input. Please, Maria.
Ja, ich werde jetzt in Deutsch reden. Also Sie haben noch einen Moment.
I'm going to speak German. I'm going to give you time to find a set of headphones. Maria Heuborg is my name. I'm afraid her microphone's been switched off. Yes. I'm in the European Parliament. I speak for the Greens. I come from southern Germany, from the Pre-Alps, and I'm involved. My husband and I have a business that we took over in the 1st of January 1980, and it's a few years ago now. I've been a farmer for about 40 years, dealing in this dairy farm, and I've stayed there even during my period here in the Parliament, and it's wonderful to go back home and then start working outside and working in the stalls with the animals, and it gives me a bit of fresh air and clears my ideas and brushes the cobwebs away. Now, why have I been dealing with this area? I have been dealing with it for several years now. We've had a conventional farm originally, but we've been trying to work with what was available to us, and we didn't want to be dependent on the bank. Quite often, this is what happens in with farmers in Europe. They depend on the banks and certain input systems. We wanted to see, well, what can we do with what we've got, what is available to us? And we've been able to mix between what we felt was right in our hearts and also what in economic terms was feasible, because at the end of the day, if you are living, well, you want to be able to live from your work. What occurred to me was that much research has been done on what is the bottom line, you know, what the yield is per hectare, what the land can produce. This is a viewpoint that we had never had to look at in our circumstances. At the end of the month, we were able to look at the account and say, well, can I pay all my bills? Have we managed to make a living out of this? The next day, are we going to go bankrupt? Are we going to go kaput? Or have I got enough money to carry on without becoming too dependent on others? And that's the parameter. That's what we lived by. That's why we've never had an intensive economic circumstance. And we've done this for about 40 years. And I think we've been able to pursue that aim. Now, we wanted to get that balance. So how do you manage this? What can you do so that you're not caught up in this spiral? High investments, whether you're talking about the areas of the land that you're covering. I mean, high investment, more work, more risk. Sorry, the speaker's microphone has gone off again. And perhaps at the end, we want to have a satisfactory income. Oh, I'm afraid this microphone keeps going on and off. Now, we didn't want to get into this vicious spiral. There seems to be a problem, says the speaker. Now, we didn't want to get stuck into this downward spiral. And this spiral, which at the end of the day leads to total industrialization. So there are two systems. There's the system which is highly industrialized, and on the other hand, we have the organic farming. And there are many different facets, different aspects that are between those two extremes. So we wanted to look at all these elements between the two extremes and see that we can't do this in a good sense of being independent, being viable, being able to achieve what we want by these means, so that we can ensure that we have traced the right path. Now, obviously, an awful lot of discussion goes on between the various farmers, and there's very much a debate on the glyphosates, for example. Should we use these? Should they be banned entirely or not? A lot of farmers use them. They have high pesticide use, and even they don't feel happy with this. And so I really want to look for a road that is viable in the future. Now, how do we do this? How do we manage this in economic terms? How can we make this economically viable? We want to have support. We are lucky that we can actually do this, and I think we are helping to head towards the achieving of the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Now I would give the dice to Frank to share his.
Sorry. Thank you, Gurbier. My paid job is at Helvetas Swiss Intercorporation. That's the largest and oldest association for development cooperation in Switzerland. We use organic agriculture since about 20 years as one of the approaches to address poverty and inequality in the global south. I also have the honor to serve on the board of IFORM Organics International as vice president. That's the global organic umbrella organization. You probably know more our European colleagues here from IFORM EU. Bram already talked and Eduardo is also here. But we also have a global head office, and I welcome Gabor here among us. IFORM is an organization that tries to drive change for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals through organic agriculture. We manifested that in our concept Organic 3.0. So we also take a new look at what is the role of organic agriculture in the world. And in this, policy plays a very important role. IFORM recently developed and published a policy toolkit for organic agriculture support, and we also, together with FAO and with the World Future Council, we launched the Future Policy Award for outstanding practices on agroecology and organic policies. I thought it might be useful from this perspective to give you a bit an idea on how can organic development projects or projects with an organic component look like in practice. And I want to start here with a project which is very close to my heart in India. And I think special about this project is that it is a collaboration with the private sector, with companies in Switzerland, a retailer and a rice mill, but also companies in India and farmer cooperatives and the 4,000 farmers who are involved. And it's not only about organic and fair trade certification, but it's mainly addressing the topics of incomes, livelihood, and environmental performance, particularly water and greenhouse gas emissions. How to address that? You know, rice is a very thirsty crop. And the approach we take is through a diversified production. So even if the entry point is a rice commodity, we look at diversified farming systems which also deliver for the nutrition purpose of the households, but also for the domestic markets which they serve. And we particularly look at the critical issue of water stewardship, because water is a scarce resource. It's increasingly difficult in northern India to produce altogether. And for that, adopting water-efficient technologies and irrigation methods in rice in a sustainable way, and improving also the water infrastructure is very crucial. So we, together with the farmer organizations and with the private sector, we address these issues and we manage to invest into the rural infrastructure for water. An additional component is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through biogas digesters at household level. And this also nicely shows the synergies, the systemic work of organic, that it links greenhouse gas emission reduction with producing a high quality of manure, which again increases the fertility of the soil, which increases the water holding capacity and the infiltration of water in the soil. So it's closing this loop as well. A second project I wanted to tell you about is under the lead of IFORM on nutrition, nutrition in mountain agroecosystems, which are particularly vulnerable, and there are a lot of nutrition issues in mountain regions. It's a project where we apply a nutrition-sensitive agriculture approach, and we are working in 8 countries through diversified ecological production and value chains. We are working with rural service providers who are initiating small initiatives, hundreds of them all over these countries, and we are linking them together as a platform for rural service providers. We are also working on consumer awareness raising, because it's also for the people in these rural areas important that they see the connections between diverse, nutritious, healthy food, the impact on their own situation, on their livelihoods, but also on the environment. And last but not least, we are trying to use this evidence which we generate at field level for policy advocacy in the district level, at the national level, but also bring these examples to the global discourses as we have them here. So just to show a bit how these different levels are interlinked. Now, Adrian Müller from FIBEL earlier introduced this graph, and I think it's very useful also to address the policy levers. And we identified in a publication that will soon appear in Nature Sustainability, and some of the co-authors are also here. Verena Seufert is also on this list of co-authors. We are making the point that you need coherent policies to make to advance the transformation towards sustainable development. So specifically supporting organic agriculture is one of the levers. That's to the right. So help organic agriculture to grow, but also to become more efficient, to perform better in terms of yield, but also in terms of other aspects. Secondly, to increase and stimulate the demand for sustainable products, whether organic or maybe a lower level of sustainability. So to enhance the knowledge of the consumers on what are the links between food, what they put on their plate, and how our planet looks. But also governments can increase the demand through public procurement, which I think is a very strong lever they have. A third one is to trigger continuous improvement in mainstream systems, and I think this is actually the most powerful tool. If you're incentivizing more sustainable practices and disincentivizing unsustainable practices, then this is good for organic farmers, but also for mainstream farmers to move into the right direction. And we believe that true cost accounting, which was earlier mentioned, is a very suitable approach for that. And last but not least, governments should also be bold enough to say what is at all acceptable in the 21st century in farming. So to lift the bar of what you can do and what you cannot do, like child labor, cutting down tropical forests, or using hazardous pesticides should just not be allowed anymore. So if you have such a coherent set of policies, I think this can really drive sustainability. And this is not only true when we look at agricultural policies in the north, in the European Union, the CAP of course is an example there, but also in the countries where development cooperation is active. And what we see now is that more and more governments are interested in these more conducive policies. They are requesting FAO, as Carolina said earlier. Can you help us on developing such policies? There's a vast wealth of information collected already, and I think we can really use that and use the best practices from these experiences to scale it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Now I would like to go back to our first talk of the day, where Willem Althoff mentioned about the DG DevCo's strategy of making evidence-based policy. So I would like to know if after all the discussions of today, have you got some evidence to support this process of policy development? Or did you find some crucial gaps where you need more evidence?
Thank you. You're asking me several questions at the same time. Let me first recall a little bit about what I found so useful about today. And that is that I've seen a lot of pieces of evidence that were quite consistent in the messaging. And the strong message was about organic agriculture being comparable in many ways of performance, or outperforming the conventional agriculture, but not in all. And a key message coming out of it, organic agriculture is not a silver bullet. But at the same time, if I were to summarize some of the aspects, I would say a very strong summary is that the influence of organic agriculture and innovations in organic agriculture have a bearing on the conventional agriculture. I particularly like this last graph that Frank showed about the 4 policy levers. And there are clear pathways that one can work on in development policy. Of course, when we talk about gaps, knowledge gaps, there are always gaps that one has. And from our perspective, some more information on how one can, let's say, deal with the somewhat, if I can say, weaker sides of organic agriculture, the yield, the profitability sides. What can be done in order to overcome that? There were pointers at it today, and we can continue some of the research on what if organic agriculture is practiced over a longer period. How does that how does that perform? Also, if there is a kind of upfront assistance to organic agriculture, what effect would that have in its profitability over longer term? Likewise, these interactions between organic agriculture and conventional agriculture, I would like to learn more about it, and also seeing the benefits, and particularly some of the innovation benefits that go over it. So those are some initial thoughts of it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We will continue next minutes. This was more about the policy of development cooperation policy from European perspective. Now, Carolina was showing some experiences from working in the South. So ultimately, we are talking about actual work in the South. So what kind of major challenges you face at national level and at local levels when working there, at policy changes? When you want to make a certain policy change, you can you talked about catalyzing the dialogue, and then from dialogue to action. But are there some specific hurdles of policy at national level?
Well, I don't think that is it's not an easy question, let's say, or maybe we have a lot of different answers. When it comes to agroecology, I think it's really important to have some good level of social organization in place before come with the policy level. So we need to have some social process starting. So farmers need to be organized, or need to want to be organized, and then we can come with the policy. To develop policies on agroecology and on organic, in many cases, if you want to really address the social aspects that organic can bring to the process, we have to have dialogue. And the farmers need to have voice in this process, and they need to develop together the policy. And this is really challenging because when you put together different stakeholders, they have different timing, they have different needs, and they have different limitations. And normally we tend to we don't want to accept the other side limitation. So then I can bring you some background from my previous work that wasn't in FAO but in the Brazilian government when we are developing the national policy on agroecology, and took us years to develop the policy because it was a really participatory process. Since the beginning, we had this open dialogue with the civil society and the government. And sometimes which was difficult for both sides because we had different expectations in the beginning. But in the end, you managed to have something that was more or less good for everybody. So it wasn't good for anybody, but we shared the insatisfaction. So I think this is the power of the diplomacy. And I think this is the challenge. We need to understand that the stakeholders, they have different expectations in the beginning. When it comes to policy, the farmers, they have expectations, and the policymakers, they have another one. And how we bring them to more or less to find some kind of compromise from both sides. We don't have the right tools. We still on a learning by doing process. And so I would bring this, how we manage to give voice and the same level of voice, so put them on more or less the same level, and find a compromise among the different positions and views and expectations during the process.
Thank you, Carolina. Continuing on that, you mentioned that you also try to engage with many stakeholders, particularly the private sector. So there I want to know what kind of private sector are you targeting, like these new young entrepreneurs interested in sustainable value chains, or the big agricultural giants?
So FAO is trying to engage with private sectors who want to change the process. So not the business as usual, but maybe smaller enterprise, cooperatives, ethical banks, or normally we are going to small stakeholders. We're not going to the big companies because we don't see how they can, not we don't see how they can, but maybe they don't see also how they can be part of the picture. Agroecologists talk about a lot of real change in the system. So we cannot bring stakeholders who don't want to change the process. So the private sector we are trying to engage needs also to be open for change. Again, we come back to the first part, how we manage all the expectations. So the private sector needs to change the way they are behaving, let's say like that, and understand that the food system needs to have short value chain, we need to promote local markets, and maybe, of course, we always have exportation and we need this part, but agroecologists try to focus more on the local market, so maybe you have less chain on the value chain. So we need to address and bring private sector who can understand and accept this process. So to have them, they need to understand our 10 elements, for instance, that you managed in the beginning, that I managed in my presentation, and accept all them. So maybe they don't have all that, it's a transition process, but they need to say, okay, in the future, you manage to have all that in my values or something like that. So that's the idea.
I think, yeah. The local value chains and the locally sourced food, this is, of course, very good for the local ecosystem and society. One big reason for the success of organic agriculture among many other agroecological approaches is its market linkage. And although we are talking about system research and system-based approaches, which is, of course, the most needed one, but to a large degree, the organic production in the South, particularly when it comes to cash commodities, it has been linked to export to Europe or to the developed world. So how could the consumption patterns in Europe or in the developed world have some influence on livelihoods of the farmers in South? Or, I mean, we are talking more about the production side at the moment, but what efforts need to be diverted to the consumption side? Maybe Frank can say something.
Yes, happily. I think these international value chains, they can be a good entry point. Committed companies can also be a strong driver, and I think this example from India shows that very nicely. At the same time, we should not only think of this one-way export focus anymore, that the reality has changed. We should really get that out of our minds. I give you another example also from India, where a domestic company, an Indian company, is contracting 80,000 organic farmers for various products. Part of that goes for export, part of that is sold in the domestic market. So this is quite a big thing, but it's a company from India. Recently I met a young Indian entrepreneur who is linking some 200-300 farmers in South India with markets in nearby villages. They set up shops, they deliver to weekly markets, and they do that in a way that they can offer the products more or less at the same price as the conventional products, and it's extremely successful. So we see more and more of these young entrepreneurs that you earlier mentioned, who are thinking, hey, I can do an interesting business, that I'm dedicated, I want to do something for my people from the region, but I also have the skills and entrepreneurial assets to make it happen and to make it work. And I think this is extremely interesting. For me, the big question there is, how can we channel more of the investments into this type of enterprises, small or big, make it possible that they can access to finance so that they can scale this up and replicate.
Thank you, Frank. So when we talk about development policy, we talk about implementation of certain type of agricultural practices in South. But my question first to Maria and then maybe to Willem is, when you discuss this development policy, is it more about implementation, or do you also consider the resources needed for generation of information, the data analysis and research? Is it also part of the development policy, or do you more focus only on the implementation on ground? Maybe Maria first, please.
In the discussions in Parliament, we're mainly talking about implementation. But of course, we're also interested in having some background information so that we understand properly exactly what the situation is in the field. Is there some data about various experiences that have been carried out, etc., experiments that have been carried out? I think that very often it's not so much a question as to whether or not we have the relevant data or not. Often, what's important is to understand that it's actually very often the economic interests that actually are dominant over the scientific data. If I'm thinking, for example, about the framework conditions for international trade, looking at the rules that are established, if I think, for example, about labor law, and I ask myself, what are we able to actually settle in legislation? We know, for example, that working hours, for example, are actually being closely recognized by everyone as being important. And this is perhaps not so relevant today, but we know that working conditions are very important to be respected. And I'm thinking here about the agricultural area. We have to make sure that we have a proper protection for workers. Let's say, for example, if there are pesticides used in certain areas, there are many unknown things. We know that this is going on, but we haven't actually managed to establish rules to actually govern this type of situation, because the economic side of things really takes priority. The economic issue argument is stronger than issues such as environmental concerns or social protection for workers, for example, or labour legislation. So much more important than climate change legislation as well. So we fight about this all the time because we know that something has got to happen, something's got to give. But if you want to be consistent and actually take action, then you've got to establish rules, standards and laws. You cannot just have voluntary agreements to try and reach an improvement in the situation today. It's too late for that. So I think I can understand where the debate and political actions are actually far away from one another.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of policy making, I think it's the same answer as Maria was giving. It's a very complicated, long process when Europe makes policies. It goes on with lots of consultations. Of course, the Commission plays its role, and we are, of course, dealing with the Parliament and the Member States in the tripartite situation in order to make these policies. But it involves lots and lots of consultations with all kinds of stakeholders before we do so. And it's fed by facts, by studies, by recent academic and other thinking. So that's the feeding mechanism. Now, there's also another side to it, because when we talk about development policy, and I would like to refer back to my introduction in the morning, so we're also, in our development policy, we're stimulating innovations in agriculture. And innovations come about through research, but they don't research innovations. It's not a direct link. Innovation needs an infrastructure. It needs the fact that you come together as parties, and it needs to be led by demand, so by farmers, by farmer organizations, in combination with private sector and researchers and other stakeholders. So that's where we are also, our development policy also has an element of stimulating research and innovation in it. So there's also that side. Good. Thanks. Great.
I'm happy to hear that. I think our discussion is heading in the right direction, but unfortunately, clock is not our friend. We have time for 2 questions from the floor. Okay.
Yeah, David Carey from IBMA. There's been a consistent theme here today that we're talking about innovation, changing agriculture, getting towards a more sustainable model. But we've also heard that there are blockages, and when we heard from Urs earlier today, he talked about some of these blockages. And if the innovations that we're calling for are not able to get to the marketplace, we have a problem, we have a disconnect. And in Europe, we are not bringing these things fast enough to the marketplace. We've heard from the European Parliament that they are trying to facilitate that. How can we work with the Commission more towards having legislation fit for purpose that does enable these things to have this shift of our agriculture?
We'll take the second question.
My name is Elias from a consultancy office, Innogreen. So we give advice to farmers. And I am happy with the evolution that the conversation is taking at this point. I just would like to make an observation that it was said that there is policy and farmers definitely speak a different language. So if we want to reach these SDG targets, we are going to have a large-scale systemic change. So maybe are there some innovations possible at how the policy level works that that can enable a better understanding of the farmer context? And we actually, if we want to do the transformation in the field, we will need a whole army of advisors that have a true connection with farmers, that there can be a trustful relationship. This will be a cost in the beginning. So, which are options for really financing this this goal, and Okay, maybe are there innovative ways to involve the private capital that is concentrated in not specifically in farm areas to this goal? Thank you.
Okay, please. Who feels confident about answering? Yeah, please.
Ich kann es vielleicht nicht komplett beantworten.
Well, perhaps I can't fully answer your question, but you actually raised something which I think is very important, and that is that we've really got to be careful, and I think that we talked about this already this morning. We've got to think about how the farmers actually take on these offers. How do they take on the opportunities to actually develop an organic farming system? When I think about Europe and when I think about the transformation that is ongoing, and this is a very serious transformation, I don't think that we need this huge wave of advice that is being given to the farmers, but I think we've got to actually take it on board in our own education systems and in our own training courses. It's got to be part of our school systems. It's got to be part of all of our education systems, because in schools we do have education on these matters, and we've got agricultural colleges, and yet if I look at a traditional agricultural college today, you see that the young people there are only learning about conventional farming methods. Now, if I want to be a carpenter, I learn how to use different types of materials. I learn different ways of producing something. I know that I can actually connect pieces with glue, with nails, with screws, whatever. So I learn many, many different methods. But in farming, all I learn is the traditional, conventional farming, unless my parents sent me somewhere special to learn about organic farming. So why don't we have organic farming being taught at agricultural college from a very early age, so that at the end of my training I can decide what I want for my own business, what's best for me personally. So we've got to intervene much, much, much earlier. We've got a huge amount of information and advice coming up right now for companies that are already up and running, and for farmers who are perhaps thinking of how they can change something and they need support in that change and that transition. But I feel that we need to actually think again about how we approach this and start earlier in the schools. So we're not talking about actually changing people who are actually farmers today. I think we need to be starting this very much earlier. We need to talk about different types of systems, of farming systems and feeding systems. And it all ends at the door of the consumer. So we need it in our schools, in our universities, in our agricultural colleges. We need to have a change of thinking. And I think that we can save ourselves all this effort of additional advice and all of these advisory companies, these people who are giving us all of this wonderful advice and help. But I think what we've got to do is actually change the offer of advice that was given today. These consultants, we don't need so much consultancy. Now, I know there's a lot of private money that's going into this, and I know that it's very difficult to get hold of that private funding. But I think we've got to be very clear that for most of these consultants, they're doing it for economic reasons and not for philosophical reasons. So I think with organic farming, we've got to think of where is the actual where is the economic interest in a switch to organic, and why are these consultants offering their services? Is it because they want to actually invest in organic production, or is it an economic calculation? So I think we've got to actually look at this from a different vantage point, and we should start this advice early on in education.
With respect to development cooperation, and the second question first, yes, I think there are many different models than the traditional way of extension services in order to pass messages and to foster innovations. There are many there are new technologies. There are ways to finance those new technologies. One can use farmer organizations a lot in those messaging as well, and that's also what we're already doing in that sense. First question was more about legislation and what if there are specific blockage points, how can you bring that to the fore? And the only thing I can say about that in Europe at least, the European institutions, if I can speak for more than only the Commission but also the Parliament and through the member states, they're usually also they're usually very open to hear what the problems are and to debate them and to find solutions. We have in Europe, we are blessed with a huge system of interest groups, of ways of organizing trade, businesses, civil society, etc. So the voices and the points come across quite regularly, and I think that's one of the ways that we cherish as well and should cherish. Thanks.
Carolina, you want to say something? Okay. Yep. Yeah, good. Now, this I particularly... Frank, yes, please.
Just two brief points. I think on the question David asked on the innovation, I think it's really critical for the farmers in the south that they have access to these growing body of biocontrol agents, which are really working very effectively, and it's a pity if because of blockages in the EU they are deprived from access to that, specifically when they want to export back into the EU their products. So this needs to be addressed, but probably less by DEFCO but by another entity. And on the question on how to adjust policy making to the farmers' needs, I couldn't agree more with what Maria said, that you need to start at all levels on capacity development, from school curricula to vocational training to colleges to university, and there's a lot happening now. Many countries are really taking up organic agriculture on these various levels, and that's very good. What I think is also we should respect that there are organic companies that have set up extension systems for advising farmers, and they don't try to sell them inputs, but they want them to succeed with organic production because they want to buy these products. So we can help them and work through them also to see that this knowledge gets to the farmers, because we know the limitations of government-funded extension services. A last point I wanted to make is on how to improve the policy-making processes, what innovative mechanisms. And what we saw works pretty well is to have organic sector development roundtables at the national level, where the different stakeholders come together and they formulate what are the needs, what are the obstacles, how can we address them directly with the policymakers, and this really speeds up the process. And also at the lower organizational level, municipalities, food councils, they can really get things moving, and these are popping up more and more in various places. So this, for me, is a very good mechanism to address that.
Thank you, Frank. I fully agree with this remark which Maria earlier made, and Frank also supported that. The training, particularly in the educational institutions, in the schools, more and more educational institutions, even in South, are embracing environmental education and agricultural education as part of the curriculum, which is very, very much needed, because in many parts of the world, a young school-going child doesn't know where the food is produced, where it comes from. Irrespective of organic or conventional, people have a disconnect between the food production and consumption. And this is very dangerous for the development of agricultural systems in future. Personally, about today, I'm really impressed by one fact, that we are discussing organic versus conventional on the performance basis. And we also learned that only or less than 1% of the farming and food budget goes to organic research. And so there is no comparison of resources investment, and the conventional has a legacy of a century, and still we are able to say that yes, organic works. That means we are doing a daring job. And this is I think all the actors and all the stakeholders, they need a real, yeah, bravo. Now, at the conclusion of the session, I would like each of the panelists to make 2 concluding statements, one for the researchers and one for the policy, if you can, please. Maybe we can start from Frank. Maria will anyways have a session, closing session, so she will make an elaborate.
Oh, sorry.
Maria will make an elaborate statement afterwards, but Frank, Carolina, and Willem can maybe.
Thanks. So I have to go first. Let's start with the researchers. I believe that it's really critical that we know more about the performance not only of these complex agroecological organic systems, but also of overall conventional mainstream farming with regard to the SDGs. And we really have a job in monitoring whether we are moving into the right direction. And on the policy level, this is more my field. I think it's really time that we overcome these polarized discussions on can organic feed the world, and is it either 100% organic or either 100% mainstream. It is very clear that organic agriculture can be a reasonable tool and provide several leverage points that we move into the direction where we need to, direction of the SDGs. We can integrate this knowledge, we can cross-pollinate between the different systems, and what we need is really to develop coherent policies, an enabling environment that drives the systems into the right direction. So let's stop fighting and really see how can we get the job done.
Thanks, Frank. Carolina?
So for the research, I would like to say that we need to understand that we have different kind of knowledges, and if you want to really change the food system, we need to work with farmers' knowledge and traditional knowledge. They have a lot of knowledge there. And what I can see that normally we have top-down research design and we don't consider and we don't take it into consideration. And doing like that, we are missing a lot. And if you really want to change the food system, we don't have time. We have climate change here and we need to change. We need to feed a lot of people. I don't know if with 3,000 or 2,000 calories per day, but anyway, we need to change. So we need to find ways to understand that we cannot put one knowledge under or above the other. They have the same value. We cannot underestimate traditional knowledge anymore. So I would like to say that, especially in the South, in the developing South, as you are calling here. So the developed North need to understand that you have a lot of going on in the developed South, and we should address and bring them to the process and not just go there and say, we need to change what you are doing. So this was my advice. And for the policy process, I agree most with what you are saying. We need to stop fighting and we need to work together. And the system we have now is not working in many levels. So how we can change? Maybe organic, we don't need to go 100% organic. We have so many grays, different processes, sustainable intensification that we can try to address. But the transformation needs to start. And if the goal is in 100 years become 100% organic, amazing. But we need to start to address sustainability today, yesterday maybe, because we were too late. So it's try to understand that everybody has a role to play. And then I go a bit beyond. Understand that all the stakeholders has a role to play. Consumers has a role to play, and you need to bring them on board. Policymakers, but also politicians, they are quite different groups here. We always call them policymakers, but they are not the same. So which role they should do, and also the private sector. So we engage them and share responsibilities. We cannot change just one sector and say, it's policymaker problems, farmers problems. No, everybody has to do your job, including us as consumers. We have a role to play as well, so we can also push the system to different directions. So I think we should share responsibilities. So this is my final statement, if you want to change.
Thank you, Carolina. I must proudly say that FIBL feels proud of working in participatory research and transdisciplinary research for innovation development and also for breeding, particularly in the South. Thank you. Willem, please.
Thanks. Yes, in my first round, I already basically answered this particular question. So now I'll have a second round, which gives me the scope to say a few more things. When I opened this morning, I started by saying that I was looking forward to this input in evidence-based policy making, and I think the day has been successful on that. So my one message on versus policy makers in the EU is that there is quite an evidence base, but at the same time that this evidence base is geared towards the north and insufficiently towards the south, and there is still something to be gained. That's immediately also a message to the researchers, but also to those who fund the research like ourselves. And then the second point is that I think what is quite important is more understanding still of the drivers of change. As I said before, I'm quite intrigued by these nice curves and the curves that move and the triggers that make the curves move. But what are the drivers behind these triggers? And I think that is still something where we can debate on further, and where we like to learn a little bit more from, because those drivers tell us also more about where we can intervene and where we can intervene efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Willem. Thank you all. In my opinion, it has been a very interesting session. I hope everyone enjoyed. Maria will give her take-home message in the next talk. I thank you all.
Ja, herzlichen Dank.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to close this day. What are the take-home messages? That's the job that I have to do. I'm going to try and do this, and I'm sitting here as an MEP who is in the Parliamentary Alliance, and it's very much committed here. Now, it's a very complex set of knowledge that we've seen presented here today, and I'm not even sure that I'm up to trying to draw the right conclusions without repeating what's already been said. I think perhaps I'll just select one or two of the salient points that I think, from my point of view, are important that I would like to emphasize. The day began with the Commission. Mr. Olthoff talked about the challenges before us, and he also, thankfully, talk about the people that are affected by what we're doing, people who are going hungry and don't have enough food to keep themselves going. So we're talking about that, but we're also talking about the quality of the foods that we are producing, and that we are looking at this in a comprehensive fashion, and know that we're talking about lacking foodstuffs to feed the hungry. This is nothing new, but I think we have to know more about this, and we have to know what we're talking about. We've also heard that through agriculture we look at problems of emissions, of climate change, the degradation of the soil, of the land generally, and we have to intervene on these fronts as well. I'm very pleased that we've looked at all of this again. We've had this demonstrated to us today. There are problems tied in with agriculture. Agriculture is something that on a day-to-day basis is directly affected by climate change. This is something that we are seeing here in Europe. It's not just in the global south. It's and agriculture can also be part of the solution. Agriculture can offer solutions, and we together have to try and find solutions. We have to look for solutions and work on these for the future. And these can come at all various levels. There's the Commission here today, there's the Parliament represented, there's the FAO, there's the international level represented, very well represented here. There are many research institutes, there are many scientists. What I missed was representatives of farmers. They are part of this solution, and they are part of what we have been discussing today, and bring the farmers to the center. This is something that Carolina Starr mentioned in her presentation, and she spoke right to my heart when she said that. And we have to look at it from the perspective of those that are affected by what we're talking about here, farmers, and also those who are starving. So we, I think, have portrayed the situation very well here. We've got science, we've got agriculture, and they have to go hand in hand. There has to be a very, very close interrelation between the two. They have to go forward together. There has to be this acceptability that when we're doing this hand in hand, and rather than a top-down approach. And I think when we're looking at this from the political level and we're thinking about those who are affected by what we're doing, we have to do this throughout when we're talking about programs, when we're starting programs. Again, this has to be done hand in hand. There has to be a dialogue. When we heard from Caroline of the FAO, it's very clear what we're talking about here. And this is very tedious. It's very difficult. It's all easy to say, okay, this is a program, get on with it. But if we want it to be done together with the people involved, then it's tedious, it's long-winded, there's a lot of process to be gone through so that we take everybody along with us, but this is what we have to do. Looking at the needs, coming back to what the needs of those affected parties are, it's not just that they have good food to consume, it goes beyond that. We're talking about a good social context, a good environment, clean air, clean water. It's about our health. It's about the impact of climate change. Basically, it's about the whole system, the system in its entirety, which is a very complex system. And we are now aware of this. If we weren't aware of it before, we've certainly been made more aware of it by today's proceedings. And it's not just a question of looking at the old quantities and talking about the old systems and saying, okay, it's now become clear. We want to have a real result. And if we want to have a real result, then we have to look at the whole of the system. We have to have this holistic approach, not just picking questions here and there. And I think the questions that have been put here today, they have demonstrated this very clearly. We're spending the money in order to perhaps install a system which is a little bit costly, but we're talking about ensuring that we do have an organic system which is expensive. Or do we do just a patching approach? Do we just paint over the cracks? Are we going towards a complete transformation, or are we going to see what's got the maximum profit? And we can spend money in different ways. And I think there's an awful lot of discussion that has to be held here if we're going to try and repair things. Sometimes money cannot repair things. What's gone missing, gone lost, is gone forever. So I think we have to look very carefully about what, at the end of the day, we think is more important, profit now or the possibilities of better living for the future generations. And the SDGs that have looked at this, we are looking to ensure that we make it easier for those people going into the future, not just to live, but to properly survive. And when you're talking about organic methods, there's great potential. And I think it was quite obvious from the slides, and even if they're not silver bullets, even if it's not those individual solutions, I think we all know that we have to develop many solutions on the spot, in the field, many solutions that involve people in their different living situations. And I think this has to be accompanied, science has to accompany these measures. We look at the problems on the spot. Why are we looking at this disease and yet I can't actually try and deal with other issues that have come to the fore in these areas? We have to ensure that there's a great we recognize our responsibilities for the major task ahead of us, and we do this by having an excellent exchange of views. And we try things out and we say, well, why does this work here but it doesn't work there? I think if we can do this together, we can have benefit massively from this exchange of views, and we can organize ourselves much better on the basis of that experience. I think there are quite a lot of projects that seem to be going very, very well already. There's an awful lot of interest, there's an awful lot lot of knowledge being ploughed into all of this. There's very important approaches being started up. But what we need more in the future, I'm sure, is this networking, this closer cooperation, and doing things maybe not just once but twice and even 3 times. I think this is something that in 10 years, in 15 years, I think having done it for this period already, we know that there's doing nothing is not an option. We've got agricultural, we've got organic agriculture. We've looked at it very carefully. We've taken a microscope to it. We've seen what we can achieve, comparing conventional agriculture and what that's good for. But at the end of the day, I think we just have to stop thinking, stop looking. We have to act. And I think the fact that we've got the conventional as opposed to the organic, we look at them both with the same microscope, and it's not a case of saying not one, not the other. It's the major, massive industrialization that we're looking at critically. Now, I've seen that there's an awful lot of knowledge. There's tremendous amount of innovation, preparedness, knowledge, wisdom in this room. We can bring these innovations on the rails. We can start them up. But what's the purpose of all of this if at the end of the day the political decisions don't follow and aren't following this up? Political decisions have to be taken, and they have to be taken appropriately. Now, I think we are ready, looking at the multi-annual financial framework of the European Commission, and we're looking at going up to 2027. And so the basic foundation is being set now for this with the new agricultural policy in Europe, which has very much of an external dimension. What we're doing now is going to be valid into 2027. We've got the 2030 agenda, we've got the SDGs. Maybe we will achieve this satisfactory and completely, in fact. Maybe we will achieve everything we were setting out to do. But in this MMF, we've got to ensure that we achieve things. We've got from now until 2027, and we've got those many years to achieve this transformation. This transformation that I think we've heard it said puts us in a completely different set of rails, a completely different dimension. What we can do now, what we know now, what data is available on the table now, has to be backed up in the form of these political decisions. Otherwise, we're still standing in front of the question, how serious have we actually been? How serious are these politicians with their SDGs? Are they really serious about sustainability? Are they happy to spend the appropriate amount of money to back up what they're saying? This is something we have to do in the future to a much more considerable degree. Considerably more money has to be spent upon this to have organic methods promoted much more strongly. We've heard about data from the UK that's about 5% of these projects, and yet only 1% is financed. So this is something that's not going to bring us much further forward. I'm very pleased that I've been able to have this co-hosting of this event today. I think this is a topic that brings forward massive interest, and I think all of us at all the different levels have to ensure that we take our decisions. We're talking about the farmyards, we're talking about farmers, male and female. They have to be involved in the food strategy, in food policy, and we can use science to the benefit of the consumers. There's the debate, which I think involves very much those who are politically responsible, and we have to look at this within the context of the MMF and set the groundwork for this now, ensure that we have an appropriate amount of funding to be spent to address the matter of climate change, and also within the agricultural policy that the appropriate amount of money is spent there, so that we bring about this transformation in agriculture. We want to ensure that this money is set and that is set there for these challenges. We have to be able to do this. Otherwise, I think we're all going to ask ourselves, were we really serious? Were we coherent? Were we consistent? Were we really keen to get this through the message across? And I think we've talked about exactly this. We have to ensure that we achieve it within the MFF. It's an effort of great it's a great effort that is required in order to achieve this, and I have every hope that we can do this in the form of a step-by-step approach of innovation, that we're going over from the European Parliament via the MFF. If it's not enough, we have to ensure that all of us go back to our member states and we bring some pressure to bear so that this MFF can ensure that it's going in the right direction, agricultural reforms are going in the right direction, and that we bring pressure to bear to ensure that these efforts all bear fruit. And on this organic conference that's been held in Rome, we want to ensure that at the end of the day, this is financed satisfactorily from the financial means that are available to us. I'd like to thank those who have set up this conference today. It was a great privilege for me to be here all day, and this is something that's not easy for us as members of the European Parliament to participate for full days at such a wonderful event as this. Thank you very much indeed.
We are getting close to the end of our workshop. I would like to thank you, Maria, for these encouraging take-home messages. And also I would like to thank the whole policy panel for this excellent discussion. Just a couple of practical information. We will collect all the information presented today and send to you by mail, so you will have all the information. And also, we will draft a conclusions document that I think we will try to summarize the whole discussions, and we will agree with the institution participating, and we will share also with all the rest of participants. Just as a final word, okay, tomorrow, we consider this as a first step of our agenda of putting organic in the EU development and cooperation policy. Just an example, tomorrow we will have another meeting, is the 54 Brussels briefing, Sustainable Agriculture, where are we on the SDGs implementation. We're on a very close topic. We will present also Gurbir the results. So for us, has been an honor to have the possibility, thanks to DigiDevco to set, thanks to Maria to participate, and also FIO, and also for all the participants. So my only words is just, I would like an applause for all the speakers during the day, and also for all the participants. Thank you very much.